So this literally released just a couple minutes ago, and it's rare that I pick up things so quickly. But this is Gemblades. This is a fancy little card game that I really loved the demo of. So the second I saw the Steam email about it releasing, I'm like, yep, picking that up, playing that today. We're not doing what I was originally planning, throwing that plan in the bin. We'll come back to that later. Now, this game does work rather interestingly, so I'll be walking y'all through that as I remember how it works as we go. The main points, though, I'll quickly talk about them using some of the cards that are here as examples. You'll notice there's either swords, coins, or gems on all these things. Those are the resources these cards generate when they're used. And obviously they will also have effects. They come in three flavors primarily. You got emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and then the skull cards, I believe, are the enemy cards? Yeah, these are the enemies. These, I believe. It'll make more sense when we actually get in there. But trust me when I say that I thoroughly enjoyed the demo, and this came out at a very good price. It actually released at 40% off, which was wild to me. So I highly encourage people to take a look at it. But without further ado, let's actually get gameplay going so you understand what's going on here. Okay, looks like it is going to re-tutorialize. I did get up to, I think it was like Invasion 3 or 4, which is the different difficulties. But obviously that was in the demo and that did not carry over. So we will be relearning. So yeah, you gain gold by clicking on cards that have gold there. So in this particular case, we just play all the cards in our hand. We now have 5 gold to use. And then we pick from this table here what we want to add. So we've got the Lumberjack, who gains 2 power in your hand if your hand contains 3 or more emeralds, which means 3 or more green cards. He costs 3 to buy. And he's got a 1 gem value to contribute to the total. At the Overseer, which is a ruby card, costs 4 gold to pick up. It'll add +1 exile to hand, and has a default power of 2. Zephyra is a sapphire card that draws 2, who only has an ability, doesn't actually contribute anything else. And the Gun Maiden is the same thing, but only draws 1 instead of 2. And then the Owlkin just has 2 power. Now, unless I really want to worry about color synergy, I don't have to pick any particular color, and obviously our starting setup here has some of everything anyway. So, based on what we have right now, I'm not going to worry about the Lumberjack, because we don't have enough emeralds to really make that work. I'm going to instead grab the Zephyr for 2 card draw. I think that's a good move. And we'll go from there. Yeah, when you're ready for your next turn, just use the end turn button. Now it'll draw us a new hand. As you can see, this hand is very similar to the last one. You win, obtain 120 gems by the end of turn 30. Gain gems by hiring new Gemblades and defeating enemies in the recruit pile there. Yeah, always play all your stuff. You don't want to be wasting turns, since we do have a turn time limit. So let's go ahead and just play that all out. We have 5 gold. Sky Reaver, discard your rightmost unplayed card to draw 2, so it's just cycles those cards, but it only gets rid of things that weren't played. Historian, +1 gem for every 4 allies in exile, so that works well with the Sky Reaver. And the rest of these we've seen. The +1 exile from hand from the Overseer would also work with the Historian. I'm just gonna grab the Gun Maiden. Oh, there we go. We also have the option of the Demonologist now. Flip a coin to gain or lose 2 gems, and he's got 3 attack. That might be useful. So we'll go ahead and grab that, and we now have an enemy on the board, the Pawn. His enemies and allies both appear in this recruit pool in the middle here. We just need 1 power to take the Pawn. We obviously don't have any power on our table right now, so we can't act on that. But you'll notice each turn, this recruit pool doesn't completely change. It just removes the end card and replaces the other end. So now we've also got the Golden Ooze to fight, right, which gives us 2 gems if we take it out, but... Oh, we do get 4 gold as well. For some reason I thought there was a detriment to this one, but it doesn't look like there is. It just takes a lot of power to take out. We still don't have any power cards in front of us here. We do have them in the deck, we just didn't draw them. We do have a mulligan charge now, so we can cycle out. And yeah, they're explaining over there, the more gem value your deck has, the more gem value you have up there, of course. All of our basic cards, you'll notice, don't have a gem value at all. So they're useless to us in that regard. So we'll play out this whole hand, and I'm gonna grab the Sky Reaver because, again, it's more cycling. The more we cycle, the more cards we'll get to have active. And it is replaced with the Seraph. No ability, but gives 1 gem when played and 3 gold when played. So that's pretty good. And it has a gem value of 3 in the deck as well, which is pretty helpful. Unfortunately, it does cost 6. I think gold? No, gold is not kept every turn. So we would need to be able to generate more gold per turn to be able to get the Seraph. I have 3 left, so I could grab the Lumberjack, but I don't think we've grabbed enough emeralds to make him worth anything to us, so I'm gonna hold off. Some Gemblades will give you power that you can use to defeat the enemies that will appear in Recruit. Defeated enemies are sent to the Exile deck and will activate their effect immediately. So that's important to note. And yeah, Vanguard just has draw 1, but does have 2 power and 2 gem value, so that's not bad. We do have our Demonologist, so we can grab the Pawn. Unfortunately, we would need 1 more power to grab the Golden Ooze. There's a chance we might get something else to show up, though, so let me play... Well, I'll play everything out anyway. And we got the 2 gems. We'll grab the Vanguard and see if another monster shows up. Nope, we got Nightmare to show up, which gives us 2 gems and 3 power, but unfortunately costs 6 as well, so that's gonna be out of our reach. Knock the Pawn out. Marmarinix gives us 2 gems and discover a card from your discard, then draw it. Okay. So that's useful. Takes 4 power to take that too, though, so we're kind of stuck. That power just goes away. Your discard will shuffle back into your main deck whenever you try to draw and your deck is empty. So business as usual there. Just grab the money from you lot. Draw 1 first. Just play the Arcanist immediately. Draw 2. Okay, we have 6 now, so we can grab either the Seraph or the Nightmare. I feel like the 3 gold from the Seraph is going to be more useful to us in the immediate, despite the amount of enemies on the board. More gold will be more useful to us, I think, because we can then grab more recruits to then generate power other ways. Whereas all power does for me is take these enemies off the board and get me a handful of gems. We need to get the engine rolling first, then we can worry about clearing the board out. Characters with an ability have a star symbol at the bottom right of their portrait. You can use Shift to toggle ability tooltip visibility. So you'll notice everybody has their ability at the bottom of them if I press Shift. I think I'm gonna leave that because honestly there's no real reason to have that hidden. And it'll be more useful for any of y'all when you come in to see what all the abilities do, so you have context for what's happening as I'm playing the cards, I think. So let's see, rightmost unplayed card would be the Arcanist. Yeah, go ahead and get rid of that. And in favor of 2, that gets me my Demonologist back. I can actually generate enough power to take one of these 2 out then. So first, let's get our money, get our card draw from the Vanguard, get more money. We can't quite afford time yet to get more card draw, but we can get the Mornstar, which is discarding 2 unplayed to draw 2. I don't really feel like that's that useful to me. So let's see what the Demonologist does first. We lost 2 gems, so he just undid what he did earlier. That's fine. But we have enough power to take one of these 2. Considering the Vile Guest gives me money, I'm gonna take him. As I take him, I buy Nightmare. Mermanix leaves, unfortunately, but I think that's okay. Which is, it'll be a shame to not get the Discover from your discard and draw from it, but that's fine. The money was useful in grabbing us another recruit. I can grab the Mornstar if I really want to cycle particularly badly, but it doesn't have any other benefits either, so I feel like that just kind of becomes deck clog a little bit, because it would only really be great for getting rid of our basics and just cycling for more of the cards that have effects. And I'm not in any great urgency to do that at the moment. So I think, yeah, we just end that turn, let that go. Nightmare already came up, so Nightmare would allow me to take the Lich. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Tap space auto-plays all the Gemblades that don't have abilities in your hand. Not really. Because it's not competing against another player or anything. It's much more like Dominion and things like that, where you're generating resources to play off a center or deck of cards. You just don't have an opponent to be playing off of that center deck of cards with. It's just purely you dealing with what the game offers you, playing against a timer. So we'll play Nightmare, take the Lich. That gets us more gems. With our 6 coins, I can grab Time. We'll let the Mornstar go away like I said we were gonna do, because it's not a good card for us. We just pass that turn on down the line. And yeah, this is now telling us about the mulligan I was talking about before, since we have the mulligan charges. This hand is fine. I have no reason to mulligan this away. Use the draw 2 straight off. Yeah, go ahead and ditch that Cleric for 2 more cards. Go ahead and generate all of our gold. Do I want another time, or do I want the Ice Collar? The Ice Collar relies on having sapphires in hand. We could grab the Blood Mage, though, which generates gems, attack, and coins. That's very useful. We can grab time later because he's at the far end. Because you only need to worry about losing the far right card, because that's the only one that leaves at the end of the turn. So we can just, yeah, we'll go ahead and grab the Blood Mage now. 3 years now? It's either 3 or 4 years. I started right around the same time I actually pivoted to VTubing, ironically enough, because the first model I made was one of the first things I made using pixel art. We do still have 3 attacks, so we can grab that pawn and see what else pops up. Yeah, that's gonna be way too spicy for us to take right now. I had done digital art on and off for a while, but I only pivoted properly to pixel art in the past few years. I had always wanted to do it, but I just finally committed. I do. I posted on Blue Sky. I do also have a Pillow Fort account these days. It gets posted to Mayoshi as well. And I technically have a Kara account, but I've not really been keeping up with it as well as I should. So that's all the places that it gets posted currently, other than the obvious place of the Ko-fi where all the commissions are. But I appreciate that. Go ahead and generate the resources first, since I don't have anything that reacts to getting rid of anything. Just draw that, see what I get. So 6 coins are what we got to work with here. The Banshee wouldn't be bad to have, but I think I'll just take another copy of Time. And Vanguard gets me 1 more coin, which gets me the Harpy, which will just be a decent attacker. There's one in the works, but it's not really like a widely noted thing yet. I have not committed to whether I'm going to keep that or not, because I'm still unsure how I feel about that site. which is why it wasn't really on the list. But if you have seen my name there, yes, it is not an imposter. It is just not a committed thing. Yeah, I figured that's why you were asking, because you might have spotted it. Go ahead and ditch the cleric. Oh, good, we got Nightmare, so I might actually be able to take a bigger target here. That's good. And we can also grab the Monarch or the Banshee. Considering we have a good mix, I'll grab the Monarch because that gives extra gold for lots of gem types. Technically, I've existed on DeviantArt for a very long time, just not under a actually noticeable artist account or anything. That artist account has only existed for like maybe a week or two at this point. Because I've been trying desperately to find more outlets to get myself noticed to try to actually generate commissions, to put it bluntly. Let's see, do I want Mindstormer? Discover a card from exile, make it ephemeral, then draw it. So it goes, I'm assuming ephemeral means it'll probably go back to exile as soon as it's used. Yeah, my main problem with committing to DeviantArt was the fact that they do have that built-in AI that they use, that they let people use rather, that I don't approve of, but at the very least they do let you tick a box on things where it doesn't get used for that, so I'm flexing a little bit there because of desperation. Otherwise I would be leaving that site in the dust like I've left so many other sites that support AI too much. Yeah, I think I'll take the Mindstormer, because I do have things in exile. Because you'll notice the things we left behind from the recruit deck also go into exile here. So there's actually a trick we might be able to do with that. Okay, it only gave me 3 choices. We don't have 3 emeralds in hand, so there's no point in grabbing the lumberjack. Are there enough allies in exile? Yes, we'd at least get a gem from the historian. It's either that or I exile something from my hand, and I think actually that's going to be the move. Because we can exile one of the basics. This way it doesn't come up anymore, and it also generated more attack for us to also take the skeleton mage and draw another card, which didn't work out. But it helps cycle this pool along. Yeah, I figured I'd roll out the reasoning both for your benefit and for the benefit of anybody who may listen to this later, so it removes any question marks on that. Oh yeah, that too is a recent thing as far as things like that go. I don't really talk about it on stream much because I don't want to bring the spicy side of things here too much. But yeah, that does exist, and those are also valid and viable commissions that I do. Go ahead and discard that cleric, draw 2 others. And it's not that I have anything against spicier works, it's just a matter of it doesn't look as good to draw a lot of attention to it, and I'm still deciding how I want to handle that in the long term. But I appreciate you keeping it vague. I'm just being direct because at some point I'm gonna have to rip the band-aid off on that eventually anyway. Yeah, we want that Oogle because that'll get us extra card draw. Shogun will also be really good. Replay the last Gemblade played, so it would work well with anything that gives me card draw or things like the Blood Mage that does a lot. Lose our shot at killing Felgor, but that's fine. Nearly every symbol on the screen can be hovered to bring up a tooltip. You can toggle these on and off by pressing in the settings menu with escape. But, like, as a context statement, like, I make no mystery about how that side of my art on Blue Sky, for example, because that's where I started showing that kind of thing mostly. I just don't keep, you know, I keep it separated from the streams itself because it can end up potentially leading to people getting kind of weird, is the main thing. That's where the main decision still is coming in, whether I want to deal with that or not. And whether that's the kind of audience I want. Go ahead and just pull these up. Our only valid target really... Well, we can get the Fire Imp, but I don't really have a reason to go for that because we don't have any unplayed cards at the moment. So let's remove the Lich. Okay, we got a pawn we can remove as well now. And we actually can get the Magic Tome as well. Guess the gem type of your top card, reveal it, and then gain 3 gems if you're right. That extra coin won't matter in the immediate, but I may as well take it anyway, get it off the board. I think my next card's going to be an Emerald. It was a Ruby. I should have went with my first instinct, because my first instinct was to pick Ruby, because we actually have, I think, more Rubies than anything in this deck at this point. Fair, fair. I appreciate that. Just, as soon as the question was asked, the floodgate from the brain opened, so I'm like, well, we're just gonna dump it all out here and get it over with then. Card draw done. Okay, that works well. That gives us a lot of coin. Grab the Shogun. Sybil is at least worth 2 coins, so we'll grab that. Move the board along. We're gonna lose the Fire Imp, but that's fine. I wasn't that attached to it anyway. And there's the Sybil immediately. Perfect. And actually, yeah, we can get rid of the Assassin and draw more potentially useful cards and get even more card draw. This is why I was grabbing all this card draw, is just pure cycling power. Okay, we have no more changes to make now. So now it's just pure resource generation. Figure out what we can work with here. We have 6 coins and 8 attack. Well, we can clear the board as far as attack targets go. Unfortunately, we can't grab Wrath, which is what I wanted. Oh, wait, no, we didn't pull the Seraph yet, so I can grab Wrath if I want to. His 2 power for each enemy and recruit could be really, really good. But I think... Oh yeah, we'll also get money from the enemies. So what we're gonna do then, I think, is we bump the enemies out of the pool first, see what else shows up, and then spend our money from there. Okay. There's nothing else we can do with power. We're 1 short of getting the Skeleton Mage to then draw another card. We can actually buy out everything here if I want to. Let's see what else shows up after we grab Wrath. Mornstar we don't care about, so grab the Blood Mage. Ooh. That exiles something off of the recruit board in front of us, as in the 5 in the middle. Hey, there's Ari, how's it going? Oh yeah, the game's also noting something important. Pay attention to the recruit line for bosses. They have unique abilities that you cannot afford to ignore. Is we're about to reach a boss, I believe. Yeah, I remade the model, so he looks a bit better now. I'm doing fine. Today's a bit of a middle-of-the-road energy day, so it worked out well that this game happened to come out literally minutes before I started. I was going to do something that was going to take a lot more of my attention, but I pivoted to this because I really enjoyed this game when I played the demo, and this came out at a very good price. Yeah, I'll take the Siren. We're gonna lose the Sky Reaver, but that's okay. We already have one. And there's the boss. Exiling weaker Gemblades like the ones you start with thins your deck. Thinner decks mean drawing your best cards more often. Yep, that's what I was talking about before. Yeah, Necros is going to be an issue. Whenever you hire or defeat a card and recruit, lose a gem. Since we need to reach 120 gems or we lose in 15 turns, it's kind of a big deal to get rid of Necros. He needs 2 coins and 5 power to get rid of. We are 2 power short at the moment. What I can do, though, is play the Harpy, then play the Shogun to get 2 more power, then play the Blood Mage, and now we have everything we need to get rid of Necros turn 1. Perfect. We can't do anything else this turn aside from grab Mornstar, but I'm not really fussed about it. This hand is terrible. And time just gave me another basic. Okay, well. We have 7 coins to spend. Let's just grab Arachnid for 3 power and just kind of hope for the best from there then. Can't afford time. I still don't really want the Mornstar because it discards 2 to get 2, and that's just not worth it to me. If you're lost, just click something with great confidence. I find that that helps. Technically right. Technically right. If you just click with confidence, most of the time good things will happen. There we go. We have a familiar now. It'll draw us extra cards. When in doubt, just do the thing confidently. It'll probably work out better than if you didn't do it confidently. Just look at all those people that are confidently wrong on the internet. Nothing bad ever happens to them somehow. Let's see. Yeah, we'll take the Falcon, I think, because it gives us extra rubies for in hand, and it is just general card draw, and it's worth 2 gems on its own. Felgor. Let's see if I get 2 gems. I do. Knock the pawn out. I don't have enough power to do anything else. You actually are going to generate enough power on your own to take any of these I want, so that's good. But let's get our card draw in first and see what we're working with here. Actually, this is fantastic news. Because we play Wrath, we get 6 power. We play Shogun, we get another 6 power because he replays Wrath for us. Now we can take 2 of these high-value targets off the board this turn. With the Harpy, we end up with some extra left over as well, which is great. I'm actually going to take the Fire Imp this time, because it'll knock out the Cleric and give me 2 cards. He's worth 3 gems. Which also gets me more card draw, which is perfect. So Time draws me a card, Vanguard draws me another card, Sky Reaver gets rid of the Assassin, gives me 2 more. Generate the rest of my money. We'll save this Arcanist in case we get another one of our discard to draw for a moment here. Do I want the Owlkin? It's not bad because it is just 2 attack, but we already have the Harpy for that. I think we grab another copy of Time. Yeah, and we'll grab that Gun Maiden as well. Scythe is just the equivalent of the red card we grabbed earlier. Get gems for emeralds in hand and draw a card, so it's very good to have. We actually can grab all of the enemies off the board, I just realized. So that's good. Let's go ahead and do Felgor first. Based on the fact that I didn't draw another card, I'm going to assume I'm out of space to draw then. Oh yeah, 12 out of 12 right down there. So let's go ahead and exile the Arcanist. We now have room to draw something if I use Mindstormer, or we could grab Blizzard and get 4 gems for that, and get another exile from hand and get rid of another basic. Now actually take the exile a basic option here, so I can keep getting rid of more of the weaker cards we have. Oh, god damn it. Well, I exiled the wrong thing. That's a shame. Okay, it exiled the far right. Grab that. Now we'll grab the Owlkin. And it'll just have to do. I lost my Shogun, which is terrible. But unfortunately, those 2 cards were just a little too close together, so my hand just shifted enough when I went to click that it all went horribly wrong. But it'll be fine. Could do with there being a confirm on that, but it's okay. think it'll be a ruby. Nope. I had it backwards both times. When I picked ruby, it was an emerald. When I picked emerald, it was a ruby. So be it. With 5 coins, I can grab the arachnid, but let's go ahead and get the 6th coin, grab scythe. Ooh, there's the Sun Queen. 3 gold if your hand contains 3 or more rubies, and it has 3 power. We can't actually do anything with our remaining hand, though. Yep, I need... Thank you, I was actually going to check exactly that. Checking in on your progress, you still need 31 gems with 10 turns to go. You can do it. I think 31 gems is easily achievable. Let's see, we do have all gem types, so we can get extra gold from Monarch. Nightmare, of course, generates a good chunk of power. We have 6 thanks to Arachnid. Yeah, let's grab Sun Queen. That's exactly what I was hoping for. I didn't look, but I was pretty sure my discard deck only had the 1 card in it. We don't, unfortunately, get the gold from Sun Queen, but we do get the power, which allows me to knock Vilgast out of here. Didn't quite work out, but we do get the Arachnid still, which moves us along. 19 more gems to go. Yeah, and this is why I was doing things the way I was doing. The game is explaining it right here. If you have multiple abilities in hand, remember that order matters. When unsure, try to generate resources first and then plan how to spend them. Like, for example, since this discards the rightmost unplayed, we want the assassin to be the one that gets discarded. So we generate 8 resources with the Harpy, play the Gun Maiden, play Zephyra. Oh, we're getting lots of card draw cards, so hang on. This is not quite going to work out as smoothly as I'd intended, but that's fine. Yeah, because... Wait. Oh yeah, let's draw 1. Draw another one. We might run out of hand space before we actually can do that discarding the way I planned to. Let's hold that thought, then. Let's play out the rest of this. Start cleaning the board out a little bit, because that may change my moves. Yeah, because I can get card draw from this as well. So I may actually discard Scythe, depending on what we get from the mage. No, it's just another copy of Time. Unfortunately, 2 card draw doesn't matter even if I discard that, though. Oh, well, it'll matter anyway, because it's the only way we can draw anything else at the moment. But I'm going to go ahead and use Scythe first, because it generates gems from the emeralds in my hand. And we would be discarding an emerald. So we still get the 3 gems from that. Then we discard Time, draw Alkin, which gives me the power to take the Magic Tome, actually, so that works. It's been these 2 so far, so how about that? Nope, it was emerald again. Damn it. Get the money from Time. Now we have 10 coins to spend. Let's grab another Seraph, because Seraphs are really good, and we can't afford anything else. I was banking on there being a 4 or less that popped up over here. Oh well. Generate 6 power from Wrath again, so we can knock Felgor off the board. And I need to remember that we can play it and then exile it, so we still get the coin. Play out the rest. Grab Moonfang. Grab Harper. And yeah, we're gonna let the extra copy of Time go away. In deck building, I like to pretend that whatever happens, it was always part of my plan. You too, huh? You know what? That's fair. Let's see. Do I care particularly about anything that's on this board right now? The answer is no, so go ahead and exile something, Siren. Perfect. Start running all of our card draw into the ground. Yep, Wrath came back, so we can actually clean out pretty nicely here. Do I have any more card draw before I play Falcon? No. So that's 2 gems and another card. That's more power as well. So we have 13 power and 4 coins. The 4 coins don't do anything at the moment. So let's grab Blizzard. That allows me to exile my Cleric. Knock the Pawn out to see what else shows up. Knock the Skeleton Mage, because that gives me another card, which is an Arachnid, which lets me take both the things that are still on the board out. Oh, right, I had nothing in discard that time, so that didn't work. So that's unfortunate how that played out, but that's okay. We can still make use of Mindstormers, so let's go do that. Oh, enemies do count for that, so I could get an extra gem from the pawn. But we can actually trigger Mamarnix again. Except there's still nothing in discard, but it's just 2 gems, which is perfectly fine. We're 15 over what we need, but you can keep going. Welcome in, K-Link. So you're doing well. Oh, never mind. I forgot, when you end turn, it does as trigger victory. For some reason, I thought you could keep going in order to, like, just go for a high score. But now we actually get new cards that'll show up. So we've got the Ravager, or enemy. Peek at the top card. If it's a ruby, you gain 5 power. 9 tails from the Emerald set. Add 1 gem for every emerald you play. And the Frog King, also for emeralds. Whenever you obtain a familiar, draw a card. And he is also a familiar. We can now go to Invasion 2, which is going to be a higher difficulty. And as it said at the end there, Invasion 5 is where you go onto the leaderboard. So let's just keep going. You always start with the same basic cards. But what you end up getting depends on what those booster packs give you. So obviously we just play out this whole hand. Do I just grab Saber? Yeah, Saber's just a good basic card, giving coins and attack. And yeah, it's just talking the same tutorial again. I forgot that it keeps tutorializing the whole time. For some reason, I thought it went away after the first one. Grab time. Yeah, all the basics. Yeah, we'll grab Siren and Harper. Leave the Overseer behind. I was torn between grabbing the Historian for a play like that or grabbing the other 2. Now we can generate more money. We can actually grab the Banshee and the Moonfang, so let's do that. Could have actually grabbed the Ripple Blade as well, but the Exile being available will make this go a lot smoother. Our draw. Play the Cleric, exile the Cleric. It's very cheeky that you can exile them after playing them. Yeah, we'll grab Gunmaiden and Nightmare. Perfect. Knock the pawn out, just to cycle along. Grab the Skeleton Mage for more options. I regret everything, but there's nothing I could have done about that. Since it's in the recruit pile, there was no way we were getting to this Magic Tome sooner anyway. Is there anything on this recruit board that matters to me before I use the Siren? I don't particularly care about any of this now, so... Oh, good, it got rid of the one that I was thinking about getting rid of anyway. Use Moonfang, grab the Blood Mage, use Harper to take the Magic Tome. I think it'll be a Ruby. Damn it, it was an Emerald again. Nope, we're good. So we got 7 coins. I think I'm gonna leave the Sky Reaver behind. Well, no, because I can grab both the Ice Color and the Sky Reaver. I probably should, because there's nothing else I can do with those coins anyway. Now there's Cavalier, extra gold per emerald, played emerald in the hand, up to 3. That will be useful because there is a decent amount of emeralds in this deck. A moment. Use our card draw. Use our assassins. Banish one of the assassins. It was not a ruby, so we did not get power from the new target. Dang it. Eh. You know, for it saying it exiles a random recruit, I can't help but notice it's exiled the far right one every time. That there's a... There's a reason why I say random isn't random so much, because I swear there's a very weird consistency to some random choices. I can't afford the Sun Queen. Do I want the Cavalier or do I want the Siren? Because I can't get both. We already have one Siren, so I think, yeah, I'll take the Cavalier. Ooh, Wrath came back. That could be useful to grab, but I don't think we... No, we can't afford it. Is all we're generating right now is 5. But I have no card draw or anything, so we may as well grab it all. Actually, we can get enough money from that one. We can actually keep clearing as well. Do I want a card draw or do I want to gamble on my top card being a ruby? Gamble! Hey, it was a ruby. Let's go. So we get 5 more power, so I can actually get the card draw anyway. And we can keep that ball rolling. Because then we hit Mindstorm, because Fire Imp doesn't help us right now. Let me grab Wrath before anything weird happens, though. Now there's Rider, which is the Sapphire equivalent for the gems per insert thing here in hand and draw 1. So yeah, play Harper. Hit Mindstormer. We don't have enough cards in the deck for Greed at the moment, so we'll just hit Blizzard. Play that, get 4 gems, exile and we'll exile the Arcanist, actually. Because we do have things that work with rubies, I think. Play out all this, exile the Cleric. We only have 2 power, so we can't get rid of Necros right now. Those red dots on the tracker are the bosses, for anybody that missed that point. That's why Necros is here now. Since we're on Invasion 2, we get 2 bosses. The only play we can make right now is grabbing Moonfang. Nothing else can be reached. So unfortunately, we're going to start losing some gems, but we only need 140. We can make that back up based on how the last round went, so I'm not too worried about that. Need 3 or more sapphires. We might be able to make that happen. So let's see, draw 1. Oh, well, so do I want the 2 attack from Ice Caller or do I want to use it for card draw? Considering what's on the board, I want the 2 attack, and this way we still discard the assassin and get the 2 cards. So we have 3 gold, 8 attack. We need to get rid of Necros, otherwise we're going to lose a lot of gems. And we can still get the Lich as a bonus, so that works out. The 3 gold, unfortunately, just goes to heaven. It's useless. Throw it in a bin. Draw a free card. We only have 2 enemies on the board, so let's see if we can potentially manipulate that before we make any moves on that. We get the gold for the Cavalier. Right, I was supposed to play the Cleric first. Well, it's fine. So we have 7 gold to potentially try to push more enemies onto the board with. Oh, 8 actually. So let's grab Scythe. It was another ally. Fine, I'll take the Morningstar. Dang it. Well, it's fine. So we get 4 attack. We can still clear the enemies off the board with that. There's the other enemy, and we would have been able to clear the Felgor and get lots of gems. It's fine, we'll get him later. Let's go ahead and grab Vanguard. It means leaving the Frog King behind, but that's just where it is. Ooh, Black Snake. +2 power every turn as a familiar. Very nice. Yeah, I'm supposed to be mulliganing, but I'm just ignoring that. We're doing fine without any mulligans. It'll probably matter more once we start getting into higher invasion levels. But so far, it hasn't been an issue. That's the lovely thing about strategies, is you don't always have to act on them. Get rid of the Arcanist completely. The Mornstar is a dead card at the moment. But what I can do is we play the Siren. Damn it! Remember I called them out on it being consistently the rightmost card that got discarded? The exact card I was thinking about using is the one that got discarded this time. Because I was going to use the Imp to get rid of the Mornstar to then draw something else. But thankfully the Ice Caller can get us 2 cards. Wait, draw 2 if your hand contains 3 or more sapphires. I guess it doesn't count itself? Because it only drew 1. Huh. Well, good to know. Let's take the gold news to get money. Knock out the Skeleton Mage to get another card. Oh, that's another useful card, though, so Mornstar's still useless. This is why I don't like Mornstar, because having 2 unplayed cards on that side is tricky. I almost always have something useful in most of my hand. So we'll play that. We now have 5 and 4. What do I do with 5 and 4? Answer is we take out the Blizzard and we hope for the best. We didn't get anything there. Okay. Then we just spend the money from the Cleric to grab Falcon, exile the Cleric, and just be sad that Mornstar does nothing. Ooh. First Mate, +1 power per played ruby in hand. That's going to be useful. Can I get the money together to get the black snake before it disappears? That's the most important question at the moment. Wrath, knock that off the board, knock that off the board. I think it'll be this one. Damn it, it was a ruby. And unfortunately, we're at an awkward amount of power. And I just did not draw any emeralds. So unfortunately, the snake's going away. Take the first maiden, hope that... Okay, I can grab the Gun Maiden as well. Can't grab the Moonfang. I was hoping for a low-power opponent to appear so I could knock it out and hopefully find something that would get me money, but such is life. Goodbye, Snake. Play card draws. Ready my power. Knock the Mage out to get more cards. Sky Reaver the Cleric away for more cards. Oh, we got the Falcon and the Scythe in one turn. Look at that. They both draw 1, so let's use them first. This actually works out perfectly, because now Mornstar actually does its job, clearing the basics out. Vanguard gets me another card. Nightmare. Assassin. Cavalier. There we go. We have 10 coins and 6 power. We have a good amount to work with here. Judgment's good because he gives gems, but he is only gems and card draw. But then again, so is Moonfang. Moonfang's just a... Well, Moonfang at least gives a coin, actually. Unfortunately, I don't have any unplayed cards, so I don't really want to hit the Fire Imp. So I'll hit the Vile Geist. It got me another enemy, which is not ideal. We'll grab the Moonfang. Illusionist. Ooh, Illusionist is actually one I like. I remember this one from the demo. Reduce the cost of Gemblades and recruit by 1. So all of the coin costs on the board when Illusionist is in hand will be 1 less. It lets you fill the deck out a lot harder, get you a lot more looping power. Also only costs 1 to grab, so we're grabbing that. Grab Vanguard because at least it gives attack power. I don't really need the Harpy at the moment, though, so we will grab Judgment for gem generation. There's the Priestess, which is the green equivalent of the Sybil we had before, just giving 2 coins instead of 1. But this is now a dead hand, unless I mulligan. Mulligan does the recruit board, right? Yeah. This still didn't help. Yeah, now you know how mulliganing works. That's why I was rarely using it, because there was almost always things on the recruit board I wanted. And I still wouldn't have minded the things that were there, but it's helpful to teach myself and y'all all of the mechanics of the game here. Oh, I almost was on tune, on rhythm with the song there. I exiled the wrong one, because I should have played that before I exiled it. I was having fun. Oh well. Let's see, we have 4 gold now. We could grab the Sybil or the Overseer. I'm more inclined toward the Sybil because gold keeps being a problem. Power is a problem too, but I don't really need more exile from hand. We're clearly keeping up with getting rid of our basics just fine as it is. Oh, perfect. We can knock the pawn off the board and move things along. We lose the Sun Queen, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let's see. Draw. Ice Color actually works this time, so let's go ahead and get the card draw from that. And Maiden also. Yeah, we have all the card draw right now. Do I go for Wrath now, or do I try to get a 4th enemy to get 8 power from it? We have enough card space that I should just go ahead and keep playing out everything else first. I haven't played any of my rubies yet, so we don't play Falcon yet. Same with not playing First Mate yet. So it has to go Wrath, and then either Falcon or First Mate, and then the other one, in terms of that order. I guess we're just taking the 1 gold. No, well, okay, that actually worked out because that knocked one of the non-enemies off the board, and I get Vanguard. Saber, perfect. That lets me grab Moonfang. Still didn't put another enemy on the board, though. Valkyrie's very good. His Valkyrie gets me a random card from the discard back, which my discard's almost always useful things, because a lot of my unuseful things get exiled. We've also gotten at least a couple rubies played, so we can actually make use of our cards that rely on rubies. But since we're out of gold at the moment, let's go ahead and get Wrath in play and clean out the enemies. I was hoping to do more with it, but, you know, you can't always get to what you want. Our hand is full, though, so Mindstormer's not going to be a great choice at the moment. So we'll start with that. I have yet to predict properly. That's really a shame. Predicting cards used to be one of my favorite things to do when I used to play Magic, and yet I just apparently don't have it today. Your card draw is not going to be useful anymore, so let's go ahead and play you first. Then play the First Mate so we get more power. And as mentioned, I'm not getting more cards, so go ahead and Cavalier. Hit Blizzard. Oh, good, we got more enemies to kill as well. Perfect. There's not really anything in this hand I'm super jazzed about exiling. I guess I'll exile the Gun Maiden because it doesn't have any other effect other than the 1 card. And we do keep filling our hands, so... Perfect. We get the gold news that gets us even more gold. We're gonna start just, like, grabbing everything. Grab the Seraph, grab the Valkyrie. And now... Yeah, our only attack target left is Ravager, so we'll pop him. Unfortunately, we didn't get power because it wasn't a ruby. That was a good turn, though. It's only turn 17, and we're already at 116 out of 140, so I don't think we're gonna have much to worry about here. Illusionist is making everything cheaper. So let's grab the Owlkin for 1. A Harper, knock the pawn out. Unfortunately, I did do a bit of a bad. I should have grabbed Monarch for 3 instead of the Owlkin for 1. But I was too drawn in by something only costing 1. Moonfang, Blood Mage, Banshee. Then we Skyreaver away the Assassin. Play the new Assassin, exile the new Assassin. Moonfang, Mornstar is gonna be useless. Okay, so we have 8 coins and 5 power. Knock out the Skeleton Mage, get me more power. That literally just paid for itself and then some, so that was perfect. Knock out Felgor for the exile and a card. I'm actually going to exile the Mornstar because it keeps ending up being useless, and I'm tired of having a dead card. Knock out the Blood Orc because it's an easy target. Grab Monarch and Shogun before they disappear. We'll let the Magic Tome go away. Yep, there's the next boss, Zero, who blocks my mulligan. He needs 7 power and 2 coins to get rid of. We only need 8 more gems. Play all the card draw. Well, I'm out of card draw, so may as well play Falcon for 1 more card. Play the Cleric, play Cavalier for 3 coins. Oh, right, because Ninetales is a familiar, not a Gemblade, so he doesn't actually get his cost reduced. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to grab that, but I can grab the Priestess and Scythe, so that's pretty good. Grab Priestess first in case something useful shows up that I could afford. Then grab that. Knock the Lich out. We'll come back and deal with Zero here shortly. Though honestly, blocking my mulligan doesn't really matter to me. I don't mulligan, so kind of an irrelevant boss to me. It would just be good for gems to knock it out. We've also already won, though. We have 141 out of 140. So we are golden there. Play all the rubies. Play the first mate. How's it going, Venomace? That is fair, very fair to have many emotions right now. I'm gonna grab the Blood Mage. Actually, no, I can get 1 more attack from the Siren and knock Zero out, unless that's the one that gets discarded. Nope, there went the Blood Mage that I did want, though. Oh well. Knock that out for the gems. I'm doing fine. Just having a good time with a chill card game here. We don't have enough sapphires to benefit from this, and that's not an attack to do anything. We win! Yay! So that's Invasion 2 done. Get us another pack. Shitterix. 1 gold, burn 2 gems, then discount any Gemblades and recruit by 2. This came out today, so that might be why you haven't heard of it. It did have a demo in a Steam Next Fest, I want to say a little over a year ago. But it came out like a few minutes before I started streaming today. But it's a nice cheap card game. It's only like $5 right now. So, Professor, +1 gem for every 3 enemies in exile. Not bad. Talon, 1 power or 2 gold. Peek at your top card. You may put it on the bottom of the deck and then draw 1. All of these are pretty good. So we'll go ahead and go up to the next difficulty. We'll take the Moonfang. I'm actually going to leave the Gun Maidens behind this time. I like that the recruit deck's wider now. There's actually more room for us to have options here, which might actually make the game easier. Zephyr is a good thought, but let's grab the Blood Mage first because it's more likely to disappear on us since the rightmost card always disappears. Yeah, and since we have nothing but basics in the deck at the moment since the deck resets, I knew I was able to get the money I was going to need for that. So let's see, we have 2 power. I can knock out the Pawn or the Ravager. Or we grab other cards and see about cycling the recruit deck to see what else we get. I don't mind grabbing the Owlkin for more power. We'll gamble. Hey, it was actually a Ruby card, so we get the power. Which means I can knock out Mindstormer. Which gets me Demonologist. Which knocks the pawn out. And unfortunately doesn't accomplish much, but I can grab the Priestess. So that still worked out. That was still a very good turn for how early we are. One power from you is not going to do a lot, but at least you give a coin as well. Let's grab the Harpy, the Illusionist, and be sad that I can't afford anything else, which is just the way life is all the time, huh? We do have ads coming up in a couple minutes, just be advised on that. You won't miss anything during the ads because I will be getting up for a moment during them. So have no fear about that. And there we go. That turn's done as well. Just... this was not... Actually, wait. Golden Ooze then gets me more money. I use that money to grab the Seraph. And then I'm sad about no more money. But the ads are here now, so I will queue up that next turn, and I will be back in just a second after I refill my drink and everything. If anybody needs to get up and stretch, now's a good time to do it. This is as good a time as any to talk upcoming schemes once we're back from ads as well, but one thing at a time, because of course, like I said, we're not quite back from the ads yet. But I do have a few schemes I want to talk about, especially one pursuant to tomorrow. Because I have an idea in mind, and I talked about it on Blue Sky already, but I want to run it by everybody in general in here a bit as well, and see how people feel about the thought. But like I said, that's gonna wait till the ads are fully done. Other than that, though, we actually have a fairly stacked schedule this month compared to normal, because, you know, normally I'm making it up as I go along, but we actually have a bunch of things planned coming up in general. Like, next Thursday at 7, like, we got a Peak Lobby to go with the new Peak update. Then the week after that is where it gets real interesting. The week after that is The first episode of Drac Attack will be on that Thursday. That Friday, I have a new collab with somebody I've been meaning to work with for a long time. And then the Thursday, basically every Thursday this month actually has something locked in to be those days. The final Thursday being another Mecha Chameleon lobby. And of course, Mondays are locked in right now to be Hades until Hades is done. And I actually was asked by the developers of a game to cover their 1.0. That'll be on the 25th. I'm not going to reveal what that game is till it gets a bit closer, but understand that I do have an actual, like, specific thing for the 25th as well. This is the most full my calendar's been outside of having an event happening that it's been in a while. It's exciting. At least to me. But now that the ads are about to end, I'm going to go ahead and rev up the brain for the scheme I wanted to talk about before I get this turn started. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. What I wanted to run by all y'all in terms of ideas, that especially the one that I mentioned on Blue Sky yesterday, is I was thinking about adding a life system to the game clearing days I do, especially for when, like, I'm playing something a bit on the harder side. What I'm thinking is I default start myself with 3 lives. That'll be on screen for all of you. And interaction with the stream in terms of, like, raids, subs, donations, everything like that will add lives. Now, what I was torn about was how the lives get reduced. The natural thought is, as I die in the game, it reduces the lives on screen. And then once the lives are gone, we move on to another game. The problem I had with that thought is I feel like with a lot of games, that's going to end up meaning those games end very quickly. In a lot of cases. Unless people are really interacting a lot, which I have mixed feelings about encouraging interaction that hard to that degree. The alternative being that I give y'all the choice when you do any of those interactions to either increase or decrease the life count. And then if you all willfully bring the number of lives to 0, then the game changes. I'm still working this out, which is why I wanted to posit that thought. So let me know what you think one way or the other with that, if any of you all have specific thoughts with regard to that. Because I was debating doing a test form of it tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm up for that yet. I think I want to think it through a bit more before I commit to that idea. But I just wanted to get that thought fully out before playing any more cards, so I didn't get distracted mid-thought. We've got good numbers, but the wrong way around to deal with Necros, so we're gonna end up losing some gems here. Which is just gonna have to be okay. And I guess I'm taking that Gun Maiden, because we don't have much else I can do. It's either that, or I take the Pawn or the Magic Tome and hope for the best. Which, I will still take the Magic Tome, because my power really isn't doing anything else for us. Yeah. Hey, I actually got it right this time. Ice Caller. And it is still 2 attack. And then we can grab the old Owlkin as well. Okay, that actually was at least a somewhat productive turn. Not as productive as it could have been, but it is what it is. 4 and 3. Not a great hand. Ooh, there we go. We do have all gem types, so we get the extra gold as well. That lets me pick up Wrath. I was gonna pick up Nightmare, but Wrath is usually better, it seems. Especially with this board being wider, Wrath has a higher damage ceiling now. There's Chitterix. Which, losing 2 gems in the grand scheme of this game really is not much of a thing. So if I burn 2 gems, and then discount everything on this board by 2, or all the Gemblades by 2, that would make the Gun Maiden free and Nightmare only cost 4. I think I would rather get more Gemblades onto the board here before I go for that. I also have the Illusionist in my hand this turn anyway, rendering the point somewhat moot right now. And I guess I'll take the Gun Maiden for free, even though it does mean we lose 9 tails, because I'm not going to be able to get enough coin. So we'll... Ooh, Black Snake's on the board now. We'll take that. Because that +2 power every turn is going to make a pretty significant difference, because it means, like, these Blood Orcs and these Ravagers are guaranteed targets. And if we could get a bunch of Familiars on the board, we could actually start doing some very silly things. We're 1 short on the power for Necros again. So he's going to end up just naturally leaving, because I just cannot generate the resources to deal with him. But we can, however, grab Nightmare before that despawns, so that's good. And it was not a Ruby. It's actually Illusionist again already. Let's see. Draw 1 from the Gun Maiden. Draw 2 from... Wait. This just doesn't work. Because my hand currently contains 3 or more Sapphire, and I only drew 1 card. There's a misprint on this. That must be intended to either say you draw 1, or it's coded wrong, and it's only drawing 1. One of the two has to be true. Because this is now multiple times where that's happened, and I don't have a full hand. Unless maybe it's meant to say played Sapphire, but then why is it drawing 1 and not 2? Very strange. Play the Illusionist. Now Harper only costs 1. Also note, Necros has come back. I think that's how bosses work. I think they loop until you deal with them. Grab the Harper for 1. Oh, it's a shame that his effect doesn't carry over, because then we could have gotten Priestess for 2. I should have actually grabbed Mermarnix before playing the Illusionist. Misplays for days. Nightmare for the power. Because that'll let me knock the Lich out and get the coins to then grab the Priestess. Or Time. Time does everything that the Priestess does, but also draws a card, actually. So now, give me Time. We can grab the Priestess later. There's the White Snake to go with the Black Snake we have. Gives 2 gold every turn. That kind of resource generation for free would really make a big difference. Speaking of snakes, there he is. Unfortunately, we don't have the bonus gold from Monarch, but we do have enough to grab the snake, so now we have both of them. Ooh, Conquest, another one that I like. Gives 1 of every resource and draw 1. It's not huge, but it's very useful. Let's see, generate our money. We have 4 coins. If we grab the Priestess, we might add another enemy to the board to make Wrath generate 8 attack. Problem is, we then don't have enough gold to get rid of Necros. Unless an enemy appears that gives me gold. But, with the amount of attack we'll be generating, we might be able to leverage Felgor instead. No, it's another recruit. Okay. That was a risk. It didn't pay off, but it was a worthwhile risk. And unfortunately, I don't have any unplayed cards, so Fire Imp doesn't work. Let's grab the Mornstar just to move another card off the board. Again, we're still hemorrhaging gems because of these decisions, but it's okay. Let's actually take Felgor then. It puts Necros back into the loop. It did get me 2 more cards. Oh, hang on. Potential? Potential? Not quite. But I can start cleaning the basics out. Because now we knock Blizzard out and knock out another one of our basics. We're still gaining gems, even though we're losing gems to Necros constantly. Play these 2. Mornstar actually gets to do their job, because I can knock those out of the hand. Gun Maiden gives me another card. Okay, now we can knock Necros out. We finally get rid of him. And we'll just hope that we can generate the gold to grab Conquest before it disappears. And now we have both the resource-generating familiars on the board as well. We have enough to grab Conquest. We'll lose the Blood Mage, but that's okay. We already have one. Zero's here, but I've not been mulliganing, so he doesn't matter. Now comes the interesting question, because we have a lot of targets we could hit. What's in my exile right now? A lot of things. So it could be all of these things. We'll get 3 picks from all of this. There's very little here that I don't want, so that's a solid choice. Meanwhile, my discard has mostly just kind of basic things, so I don't think Hermanix is the choice. 2 gold from the Lich doesn't help. I don't have any unplayed cards for the Fire Imp. And I don't have enough attack or gold to take 0. So yeah, Mindstormer's the choice here. How many allies were in? Well, we don't really need to worry about specifically getting gems right now anyway. So let's tag the Skeleton Mage, get the extra card, which gives me the Owlkin, which gets me the Lich, which gets me nothing. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, we have a lot of enemies on the board and we have Wrath, so we are going to get points this turn. Let's generate everything we've got first. Because I do want the Vanguard and the Moonfang, so we might get even more enemies. And another Illusionist. Nope, we just got nothing but allies. Okay, that's fine. That is still 10 power. I should have kept the Assassin so I could use the Fire Imp. Though... no, it's okay. We kill Felgor, get the card draw. Now we have a card we can get rid of with Fire Imp. Which allows us to cycle more. Get the gold from Monarch, get a card from Ice Caller, and be sad that all we got was an Assassin. But it's okay. Now we knock out the Gold Ooze for more money. Grab Ogle. We already have a few Moonfangs, so I don't know if I want another Moonfang. Hell with it. It's... the thing with the card draw cards is they're never completely a dead card, as long as it's a card draw and something else. Something like the Gun Maiden's the only one that I don't really want out of the card draws, because of the fact that if my hand's full, it's a dead card. We do have all types, so Monarch gets me money. Okay. Lumberjack is 2 gold, so he's not terrible. We don't have enough to knock 0 out. But I think it might be Blood Mage and Nightmare might be the better choice. Let's knock out the Pawn. Oh, knock out Pawn, knock out Vilegast. Now we have even more money. So now we can actually grab all 3. And that puts a lot more enemies on the board as well. Even for 0, I'm not sure I want another Mornstar, because it just so... that is another case of something that's often a dead card. Yeah, Ogle gets me extra card draw every turn. This is where the card draw might start coming back to bite me, though, because of the guaranteed card draw and then a lot of card draw cards without any discard. We don't have a lot of discard options, which is what Mornstar would be good for, but it requires 2 at the same time is the only iffy thing, like I talked about before. Lich first. Do I want Mermanix or do I want just a card from the Skeleton Mage? If I take out the Skeleton Mage, I have 3 power left, which might do something, especially if I get another power card. So yeah, I think that's the better call to do first. This is exactly what I was talking about. There's Mornstar to be a dead card and waste my time. And I don't have the power to use Fire Imp to make it useful. Well, Ice Collar is at least attack. Ooh, Votress, we didn't see that yet. That's the equivalent of the Sybil and the Priestess. Go ahead and grab that. Nope, we didn't get any 3 attack enemy to get rid of. Well, the gamble was a move. It just was not a move that was worth it. We have a lot of enemies on the board for Wrath again, so that's good. We have no card draw in hand, so just play out everything other than Wrath first. Grab Judgment. We didn't get any more enemies. Okay. 20 attack. Can't get rid of Zero because I didn't save any gold. Fire Imp's not useful, but what I can do is use Mermanix, get a card, use Gun Maiden, get another card. Moonfang gets me another card. We now have an Arcanist we knock out with Fire Imp, which gets me even more card draw. Okay. Illusionist to reduce the cost of things. Votress. Hit Mermanix again. Oh, except I don't have room, so I wasted that Mermanix. I won't use Mindstormer then, because that's gonna be wasted. Hey, we actually got it right again. Wait, since I peeked at the top card, I don't know if it got removed, so let's hit Ravager. Yeah, because it's still the same card, so we get 5 free power from that. Vilegeist gives me money, which gets me another copy of Whitesnake. Magic Tome, it's still the same card, so we get the gems from that. You know, those reveal things might be better served if they put the thing revealed to the bottom of the deck after the fact, possibly. Because that's kind of broken that you could just keep reusing that. But at the same time, it's a single-player game. Things being broken is kind of half the fun. I just don't know if that's necessarily intended. Alright, Zara, you take care. It's always good to see you. Ah. Yeah, you probably have a good bit of prep to do then. Yeah. Let's see, we have 5 and 9. I don't have enough to get rid of Zero. I could hit Mindstormer. Let's grab the Ripple Blade, because that 3 attack could be useful. Nice. It's great to hear. Hopefully everything with that goes smoothly. Yeah, let's grab the Mindstormer. All Felgors or Tome. Okay, well, we'll take the Felgor for the card draw then. Illusionist does work out, actually. And then we'll finish out the Arcanist. Because now we can grab the Void Witch and the Gun Maiden. Not that I want Gun Maiden too much, but Gun Maiden for 0 I'll take. Draw all the cards. Okay, this is workable. Draw one from Vanguard, Blood Witch. You're just gonna be for attack. Generate the rest of the gold now. Let's finally get Zero off the board permanently. Oh, and there's the next boss, Zerathal. We haven't seen this one yet. At the end of each turn, randomly exile the rightmost or leftmost card from your hand. That's currently completely fine, so yeah, that's not really a concern. Grab the Seraph, grab the Sybil. Yep, there goes the Ice Collar, that's fine. I have another one that I drew right afterwards, so joke's on you, game. Yeah, and unfortunately the Imp's gone, so I can't use him to get rid of that. Let's just get rid of Zerathal immediately, honestly. That exiling could actually hurt. Grab Scythe. Use for gem generation, and we win. So far, not a single loss. I don't even really know if you could lose any of these earlier invasions much without really just playing terribly. Granos, turn start, exile the utmost card from recruit except self or bosses. Okay. So it just cycles the recruit pool a step every turn, basically. Sprixia, 1 gem for every Sapphire you play, and that's a familiar, so that's pretty good, actually. And Ignis, 3 attack, gain gems equal to half your current gold. Wait, I remember Ignis. I'm pretty sure Ignis was a card in the demo. We're up to Invasion 4 now. There's just one more Invasion level after that, and then we start being viable for the leaderboard. And from there, it's going to be just trying to get more cards. Cards to make more strategies happen. Go ahead and play out the hand. Votress or Judgment right now? Probably Judgment. Well, actually, no, not Judgment immediately. Votress first. Because I can get Votress and Owlkin for better generation. The one downside this has is... it is, like I said, very akin to Dominion in how you're setting things up off of a middle deck, but there is a layer you're missing because you're not competing with somebody else for that middle deck. What do I want out of here? Skyreaver would be good to have right now. It would start to become a dead card later. Overseer for the exiling and power wouldn't be the worst thing, but we've been doing well about exiling so far. That also puts Banshee in the same position. I think Judgment is just the best choice here because it's safe and simple gem generation, which we don't have any of really yet. Because it gives you the gems and then it gives you another card, so it works itself out either way. We have no attack power right now, is the only issue. So that gives some validity to grabbing Overseer, Banshee, or Ice Caller. I don't have enough rubies to make First Mate super viable at the moment, otherwise I would take him. I think, actually, I'm going to mulligan this whole board away. Okay. So we've got Time, Moonfang, War, Blood Mage, Ripple Blade, Vilegeist, and Vanguard. I don't really know why War exists, though. If you look at these cards, maybe I'm not understanding something, but why does War exist and cost more than Vanguard? They both draw 1 card. They both have 2 attack. Vanguard gives 2 gems. War gives 1 gem. Why do they both exist? Shouldn't there only be one of those? I feel silly. They're even both the same archetype. They're both rubies. So weird. Like, at the very least, Moonfang and Time have a difference where Moonfang gives 1 gold, Time gives 2, so that makes more sense that Time costs more. I feel like these just never happened to be side by side, so people didn't notice that problem. I think in terms of versatility, though, I'm going to take the Blood Mage for now. Oh, there's Piranhos, so we're actually losing extra things. Okay, I appreciate that it goes om nom nom when it takes the card, though. That's fun. We have 2 attack, which doesn't do anything. Okay. Yeah, we have, like, no attack power. So I will take the Vanguard. And the Illusionist. Thankfully, he gets discarded now, so I don't need to deal with him. I half expected that to be a boss enemy, if I'm honest. But it just seems to be just an enemy. Our boss right now is Necros. It looks like the bosses are always in the same order. So at least you can kind of plan around that if you feel like you need to. 4 and 3. Let's grab... Oh, no, we can't grab the Golden News. I had my numbers backwards. Let's knock out the Skeleton Mage, see what the card we get is. Assassin doesn't really help anything. So we'll grab the Cavalier. We've got 4 and 3 again. Which means the Golden News is going away. I do want the Frost Knight because draw 3 is useful. Though it doesn't... actually, it doesn't do anything else. I was expecting there to be a stat line there, and I just didn't realize it wasn't there. We literally can't do anything with this set, so I'm going to mulligan this away. This got worse, mostly. But, actually, no. We can knock out the Lich, which gives us 6 coins. And then grab Saber. And let the rest of this ride. And we got the Saber immediately, which allows us to actually get rid of Necros if I want to. Alternatively, we grab the Shogun this turn and Mindstormer. And the Pawn if we don't get more attack after that. Actually, no. Mindstormer first. So we see what we get from that. Grab War. So we get our power back. That gets us Judgment, which gets us another card. Okay. Shogun. On. Ravager. It wasn't a Ruby, so it doesn't work. But at least we got more cards cleared out. Obviously, we lost a bunch of gems doing that, but we're setting up to be able to do stuff. Sometimes you've just got to sit there and take the harm while you build up to what you need to be doing. We can afford Wrath, and I really shouldn't let Wrath get away, so yeah, that's a good one to grab. Especially since one of our main problems right now is not having attack power. This is a round that's actually going and proving to be difficult. So it's funny that once again, as soon as I say, oh, this is pretty easy, the game swings around and slaps me upside the head. Like, oh, really? You think it's easy, huh? Whack. Let's grab the Sybil and the Owlkin, because they're just better cards than the basics. Okay, so we got 8 and 3. We have both bosses on the board right now, too, so we can't mulligan anymore. Let's grab the Talon. There's Sun Queen. We're gonna grab the Harpy, actually. I don't really need a second Judgment. His gem generation is useful, but not useful enough to have, like, a bunch of him compared to other things. Okay, we got 5 and 5. Let's get Necros out of here so I stop hemorrhaging gems. Now it matters a lot less when I get things done, specifically. Play all of you. Yeah, play Wrath, then Shogun more Wrath, so I have 19 attack. Knock Zero out. Knock out the Golden News to get the money back. Our discard has a lot in it right now, so Mermanix is a bit of a roll of the dice, but we have extra power left, so go for it. We have 4 power right now. If I grab the Harpy, I could then grab Mindstormer as well. So yeah, we'll do that. Ooh. That's a move, actually. Yeah, give me Chitterix. Now everything's too cheaper on the board here. Now what do I do with that information? Now I should have knocked the pawn out before I chittered, actually. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. It was a Blood Orc. We keep ending up with a decent amount of emeralds, so Lumberjack's not bad to have. I'm thinking Lumberjack and Trader, and we see about getting Sun and Queen later. His 2 or 4 gold are both good. There's no downside to that from that coin flip. It's just good or better. Now there's the Trader, in fact, right now. And we got the 4 gold, so that worked out perfectly. Because now I grab the Sun Queen, and actually I'll grab the first mate as well, because we've got a decent bit of rubies in there. The gold news is unfortunately going to get away from us now, but... Well, actually... Nope, it wasn't a ruby. Damn it. I should have just went with the Blood Orc, but I figured I'd gamble. Let's see, we have 4 attack. We don't have an ooze to hit anymore, but we can get 1 coin from the Blood Orc, so we'll knock him out. Now knock the Skeleton Mage to get a card. Counting himself, he does give +2 power, which does count. Okay. So I could hit the Magic Tome as well if I wanted to. Just debating whether I play Cavalier now or if I see if I can try to maneuver before playing him. Because I'm trying to think, is there any way I can get another card in my hand right now to potentially get another emerald? Then again, no, this should count as the 3 already, yeah. So there would be no point in doing the mental gymnastics there. I may as well knock the Magic Tome out, though, because I have nothing else my power can do. I think it'll be an emerald. Nope, it was Wrath this time. Okay. And that gave me a pawn, which doesn't matter. Give me time. Demonologist isn't bad with his 3 attack, but let's grab Talon because it does give power and gold. There's 2 Chitterixes on the board now. Okay. Which actually works out for us because we have Wrath. We can actually get both of them. Oh, that's silly, actually. Watch this. Knock out 1, everything costs 2 less now. Knock out the other one, everything costs 2 less again. Most of the Gemblades on the board cost 0 now. Give me the free Harper, give me the free Demonologist, give me the free Siren, 2-cost Seraph. Do I want the 2-cost Falcon? It is gems and card draw, but it doesn't actually have a stat line, so we're gonna let that slide. Knock the pawn off the board because I can. Okay. I don't really have a reason to put the Frog King on the board. He's great, don't get me wrong. He's a frog with a lily pad umbrella giving the thumbs up and some armor. He's great, but his effect just doesn't do anything for me. Because even if I have all the familiars that we can get, which are like 3 of them, that's just 3 cards. That's not really very beneficial in the grand scheme of things. I think I'll grab the Gun Maiden and the Lumberjack. The Gun Maiden might become a dead card later, but at least it'll have utility for a little while. Illusionist. Leave that on the top. Because I want that. Because it allows me to get the Shogun. Without having to wait. I don't have the gold to get rid of Zerathal now because of that, but that's okay. Let's get rid of the Paranthos. Because he's going to be an issue. Give me a card from my discard with Mermanix. Actually, yeah, we'll go ahead and use Talon again. Sybil can go to the bottom. And we got worse. Damn it. It was worth a shot. There was potential, but now we can grab Nightmare because of the gold from that, so that worked out. Knock out the Tome. It was Cleric. Oh, we lost Arachnid. That's a lot of attack power gone. We had a 50% chance of it actually being okay that we lost something. 4 and 4, so Zerathal's staying. This hand, though, doesn't matter. The worst I lose is Votris, and that's not a big deal to lose. Grab the gold news for more money. Grab the Harper. Siren. At the rate we're going, actually, I'll take Sky Reaver. And there's another Shogun as well. Oh, bye, Votris. It's almost like I said that was the worst case scenario. This one is the same case over again. Go ahead and Wrath first, then Siren. Yeah, because it discarded an enemy. We have no emeralds, so Lumberjack's just for gold, but that's okay. We can actually get rid of Zerathal, so let's bump him out of there. Leaves us with 3 and 1. Knock the pawn out then. There's the gold ooze back. We don't have enough gold to do anything, though. Aside from buy Mornstar, which we're not doing. A Saber, Sky Reaver away the Assassin. That worked out beautifully. We got 5 and 6. The Lich will get me more money, but the gold news gets me even more. But the gold news will still be there later. So let's take you. Yeah, see, this worked out because I get rid of Pranos immediately. Do I want Nightmare now, or do I want Shogun now? We'll bank on being able to grab Shogun next turn. I like that I'm having to actually make more decisions now, because the decks have gotten more complex. This is much more akin to what we had going on in the demo, where it was a lot happening. Grab the Shogun, knock out the Gold Ooze, grab the Cavalier. What do I want the Shogun to do? Neither of these are particularly impressive at the moment. If I had one more ruby, I would absolutely Shogun the Sun Queen. Like, that wouldn't even be a question. Like, I guess it would be more viable to Shogun the Demonologist and hope for a good coin flip. We do only have 7 turns left to get a lot of gems. We might actually lose. I'm just trying to think if there's anything clever I can do here. I could actually just ditch the Shogun for 2 cards. I think actually I'm going to do that since he doesn't have anything incredible to synergize with. Or, actually no, I could use the Shogun and then ditch the Sun Queen instead. It's roughly the same thing. No. Yeah, I banked on the hope that I was gonna get more rubies, and I didn't. Okay, yeah, that didn't work according to plan particularly. But we can grab the Void Witch out of all of that movement, so it's not the worst turn. Ooh, okay. Or if 3/9 gives you 8 gems at the start of each turn to earn 2 random recruits into pawns, which makes them largely useless. So that's actually horrendous that he does that. But that does kind of work with the Siren. Except it didn't get rid of the pawn. Any of the pawns. I don't have any card draw on the board, so we'll just Shogun the Owlkin for 10 attack. Get rid of Orif immediately. Get rid of a pawn. Let the other pawn despawn. Let's fish for an emerald. We didn't get it. But we did get the first mate instead, which essentially gives us the same power as if the Lumberjack worked. So that's fine. Ravager, it was a blue card. Damn it. Yeah, we'll take the pawn out. Let time go. Grab White Snake because it's useful. Blizzard away the assassin. Okay. I would like a bunch of the things that are still here is the reason I didn't mulligan that away. Is that was getting a little bleh. Only 2. That's okay. Put that Arcanist to the bottom. We got Owlkin instead. That's okay. Illusionist, the cost's down. How much did that actually do for me? The answer is it allows me to knock out that Lich and get Conquest. We might still turn this around. We do only need 28 more gems suddenly because of all the movements I've been doing. So it actually is doable. Damn it, it was Shogun at the top. That's 2 blue cards back to back that have fucked up me using Ravager. It's such a shame. But that's how it goes sometimes. Generate all my attack. Yeah, Shogun the Gun Maiden, get an extra card. Give me a little bit more gold. I got 3 and 7. And turn it to 7 and 3. Do I grab Ogle then? Ooh, Duchess. 2 gold. Flip a coin to gain either 2 gold or 3 power. Okay. Well, let's get rid of Pranos to get more gold. Grab the Duchess. And the Owlkin, yeah. Would have rathered that Sybil that just showed up immediately afterwards, because gold is typically more useful to me than power, because we have Wrath, but it's fine. Play the hand out. We do have enough attack to knock out Chitterix, but there's not enough Gemblades that are super useful on that board yet, so let's hit the pawn first. Let's risk the Skeleton Mage. That works out. Except it now exiled Chitterix. Damn it! Well, then we'll Fire Imp away the Cavalier, because it's only a little bit of gold. He might turn into something better. My last played card was the Siren. Unless it counts the Fire Imp. Yeah, it did count the Siren. Okay. I wasn't sure how that actually would work. So that was as much a curiosity move as anything. Not gonna be able to manifest knocking out the Chitterix that has reappeared, but we'll grab the Sybil and the Talon. And then knock out the Blood Orc. Keep the board moving. Pranos showing up was like the worst timing possible, because now we still don't get the Fox, but that's okay. Oof. This is a fairly basic bitch hand, but it'll do. 7 and 5. Get rid of Pranos for more gold. Grab a second copy of Wrath and another Harper. Ravager for power? Let's go! It actually worked out. Which means... do we... because, yeah, the discount carries over. So, yeah, let's go ahead and knock out the Chitterix. Because that'll make a bunch of stuff cheaper. I can grab the Sybil immediately. And we win. That actually gave me enough gems to finish it off. We turned that one around. We almost ran out of time. Sun Golem. The next enemy you defeat with cost 3 or less is free. Ooh. I like that. 1 gem, 1 gold. Light Warden. It's a blue card. Exile the left and rightmost recruit cards, 3 gems per exiled enemy, and it's 2 power. And then the Ruby Speaker. It's a Ruby card. Mulligan a random recruit for a Ruby with cost 4+. So basically start cycling for higher cards. That's pretty good. All of these are actually good. And we're up to Invasion 5, where we can start participating in the leaderboard. Like, there's not a huge amount to this game, but obviously, you know, it's a $5 game. You can't be asking too much there. Something I should check that I don't actually know offhand. No, this is a full release. It's not saying it's early access. They may still add more cards and such to it in the future. I don't actually know if there's plans to do that or not. Like, obviously, the release day notes mentioned that they were adjusting the game up till they went to release. And considering they've been updating the demo, I'm willing to assume that they will do patches for the game as it goes. Just a matter of what those patches will be, which will probably depend on how the people are playing the game. Which I can see myself playing this a decent amount here and there in my off time, absolutely. And it would definitely make a good, like, filler stream game. I don't know if I'll, like, actively stream this all the time. Because I don't know how interesting this is ending up being for y'all at this point, now that we've seen a decent amount of it. I'm enjoying it, obviously, but I'm basically using this as, like, a just chatting with something happening in the back anyway. So it definitely works in that vein very well. Which, there was some other things I wanted to talk about, but I'm struggling to pull them from the top of my brain right now. Struggling to pull them to the top of my brain, rather. You know, I don't actually know if I can bank those exiles. It may be worth experimenting with, so I tell you what, we'll grab the Banshee and the Overseer and see what happens with that thought. Nope, that's a green. That doesn't work. So only got 1 and 1. Let the Demonologist go. Grab Sun Queen, because we have pivoted the deck a little bit towards Ruby at the moment, so that should start working. I'm more inclined toward the Vanguard than the Cavalier at the moment. Just keep exiling the basics. The only thing I can get right now is the Cavalier. It'll lose Chitterix off the board, but that's okay. We're not in a position to really use that at the moment anyway. We do have the required amount of rubies in hand. So we get both from that. We now have 5/5, so I can get rid of Necros. Generate just a little bit more power. With 3, I still can't do anything gold-wise, though. What I could do is I could mulligan here, but this is actually still useful, just not useful this turn. We're already 10 turns in, though, so I do need to start thinking about making larger plays, ideally. Grab Nightmare, which does leave us with an awkward gold amount. I probably shouldn't have done that. But no matter what I took, I would have ended up with an awkward gold amount, actually. We do need gem generation, but I don't know if Rider's it, especially since I've gotten rid of a couple Sapphires. Yeah, it is almost always around the 2-hour mark that those bots show up. It's interesting. Abyssal Emerald. Okay. Blood Orc has appeared. We don't have 3 rubies in hand at the moment. We do now, so we can get the Sun Queen value. Let's see. Ooh, actually, if we knock out Sun Golem, we can then knock out Lich for free and knock out Blood Orc. And the pawn. So that was a big play. Grab a 1-cost Illusionist, grab the Talon, grab the other Talon. Do I want Rider? Because Rider's about to disappear. Like I said, though, we don't have a lot of Sapphires in the deck. Meanwhile, we are going to be putting a lot of enemies in exile, so Professor is actually going to be worth something. Mornstar's just blah. We have 2 exiles. Exile the Cleric. And we'll find out this turn if I can bank the exile or not. Let's get rid of Zero, just so the Mornstar ends up being the next thing to go. No, you can't bank exiles, but you're not forced to use them either. That makes these exile cards a little bit better than they were in my mind, because I thought I was going to have to obligatory exile something, which could have meant I would have exiled something I didn't want to lose. And that could have been a problem. There we go, there's the gold. And exile you. There is the Ruby Speaker, so if we want to really focus on rubies in this set, we could. And that might be fun to, like, pivot into a single color setup. So what we do then is we knock out Chitterix to make that cheaper. Knock out the Skeleton Mage. Knock out the Sun Golem and the Lich again. Same play as before. Grab the Ruby Speaker for 3. If we're gonna start focusing Ruby, I probably shouldn't buy too much else. But it's gonna take me a bit to exile down to nothing but Ruby, so we'll actually grab the Frost Knight, because it'll be useful. And then we'll actually mulligan this board. Okay, that worked out, actually, because now we can grab a Vanguard. We are halfway through our turns and we have not generated very many gems, but I'm banking on the Professor to make up ground for that. Get rid of Pranhos, even though he's going to leave this turn. Zarathal's going to exile something I want gone, so that's perfect. He can stay there for this turn. Valkyrie will be an exception to the Ruby plan here. Grab both of you. His good utility does kind of still fill a role. Overseer can stay and get drawn to hand. Cleric can get sent to the bottom of the deck. Vanguard gets me a card. Saber gets me power. 10 and 8. So that lets me get rid of Zarathal, so he doesn't exile anything I do want to keep. I only have gold now, though. Obviously, exile the Arcanist. First Mate will be good with the setup we're going for now. I may as well take the Overseer, because I do have 4 gold right now. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing too fancy we're going to be able to do this turn. So we can gold ooze into more gold. Harper's obviously cheaper. Sybil. We could knock the Sun Golem out, but would it matter? Because the thing is, it says the next one you defeat. I don't know if that carries over to the next turn. Because every game's kind of different about that, where some games it'll let you do that and some games it won't. Let's find out if it does or not. Oh, never mind, the list showed up again, so I can just take that. We have lots of gold, but nothing ruby to spend it on, so mulligan? There's Black Snake, that's actually perfect. Get me 2 exiles, which I used to exile the 2 emeralds from the hand. Ads are coming up any moment now. Nope. One of the few emeralds. Obviously, we're grabbing both of these because they're 2 potent ruby cards. Frost Knight to get 3. Part of the reason why I'm even trying to go down to a single color, though, is to make things a bit more interesting. And Ruby works well with the Ravager that's on the board to get extra free power. Okay, we drew Illusionist, which makes those 2 cheaper, which doesn't really matter. I should have waited till after I cleared more of the board. But the ads have kicked in, so we will put a pause on that thought for a second anyway. Admittedly, I don't know how long I'm going to keep going for today. I had considered doing a bit of a longer stream today, but I've got a lot I want to do today as well. So I'm kind of caught in between there, and we did go late last night. So I think rather than push today, it may be better to only do like 3 or 4 hours today, go long tomorrow since that'll be a game clearing day, and like really push at that more. And then obviously Monday we start Hades. Tuesday of this week I don't have anything. Thursday is the peak lobby that I was talking about. Friday is up in the air at the moment, I think. And Saturday, obviously, we try to beat more games. And that's what the current plan is at the moment. Let me have a look around a bit and make sure everything's still in good order. Okay. Nothing of major note going on anywhere at the minute. Got some Mayoshi stuff to catch up on, so I'll do that while we're waiting for the ads to be done. Nothing that really impacts y'all at the moment, but that's just what that is at the minute. I keep meaning to check Mayoshi while I'm live anyway, like around the time I start, because they have this new thing where it shows who's live, and I was very curious to see if it would show me, but I have too many people that are live all the time for me to be able to confirm how that mechanic works on there. Or still, though, based on the people I'm seeing listed, I'm pretty confident it's just automatic. Because I'm still seeing people that have definitely not been on that site in a while popping up in there. So it just becomes a question of exactly how it shows them. Like, how it pulls when somebody's live. But things to figure out. There's always so many things to figure out these days, though. Trying to make sense of how so many of these sites work and everything like that. But we'll be back in action here in a second, since, you know, the ads are mostly done. There was something else I wanted to point out. And I know I mentioned that earlier, that I had something I wanted to point out and it escaped me. And unfortunately, it is still not wrangling. Like, one of the things is, obviously, I'm still working on remastering all of our emotes and such. I did not do any new ones yet. Because, obviously, I'm still trying to push hard to get more commissions to come in. You know, obviously, financial well-being comes first before everything else. And one could argue, well, more emotes would get you more finances potentially too, because if your emotes are good enough, people might subscribe more. And that is a thought, but just, I don't know. There's always moves to make. Speaking of moves to make, let's start moving in the game again now, because we are just about out of ads. Speaking of, welcome back from ads, everybody. We are, of course, in the same position we were when y'all left. I probably shouldn't have played Illusionist yet, but it's fine. Get the money from the Sun Queen. Mulligan. Of course, that turns into another Ruby speaker. Interesting. So far, this setup is actually working pretty well. We have 23 gold and 12 power this turn. So grab the Ruby speaker, grab Conquest. Hit Blizzard. Get rid of time. Could you imagine if just somebody just got rid of the concept of time one day? Just like, no more time. Time doesn't matter anymore. Though, arguably, time doesn't matter half the time anyway. Gold ooze for more gold. In hindsight, I'm not really sure why I did that. I think it was just a reflex. Of course, one of my few sapphires, they're still in there. Damn it. We have all this gold, nothing to do with it, so let's mulligan. Grab Wrath. Knock out the pawn. Mulligan again, I guess. Sun Queen and Overseer, and now I've actually spent all that gold. Because that was the whole problem, is I didn't want to have all of that gold and then not get to use it, you know? Oh, because there's technically nothing in the deck right now, and I have nothing to draw to cycle that either. Well, yikes. Sell that. This was a bit of a weak turn compared to the last turn. Go ahead and knock those pawns out to move things along a bit. I'm not gonna mulligan this time. I'll just let the 5 gold go. Okay, this is fine. Overseer, Demonologist, lose gems. 17 power, 22 power. I have no gold is the problem, so I can't actually defeat Orif immediately, but I go Sodden Golem into Pranthos. That gives me the 3 gold and 20 power, so Orif gets knocked out. Knock the 2 pawns, of course. Knock the gold news. Another pawn. Skeleton Mage. Get the gold from the Sun Queen so I can grab the Black Snake. Knock out the Ravager. Get more power because obviously there's going to be a Ruby there. See, now we're ramping up in terms of how much we're getting in terms of gems, because we're just powering through the enemies. Speaking of, I have nothing to discard, but just knock that imp out anyway. Knock out the Sun Golem, see if we bank the 3. We do, okay. That's good to know. Down the snake. Take the Sun Queen again. 24 gold. Wait, where did all that gold come from? Hang on. Something doesn't make sense. I think I'm breaking something. Oh, you know what it might be? I don't think that he's... I think he's meant to be giving gems, but I think he's giving gold. He might be giving gold and gems incorrectly. I think since he prompts to give gold, I think when he has the prompt happen for him to give gems, there's something off in the code, so he gives both based on enemies in exile instead of just one. Not that I necessarily mind, but I do think that's what's happening there. I have all this gold and nothing to spend it on. There we go. Give me that, and that, and that, and that. Still have so many garbage cards. Knock the Pranthos out for free, knock the Pawn out, knock the Sun Golem out, knock another thing out for free, knock the Blood Orc out. Grab Ignis. Yeah, we're suddenly very close to our goal. We only need 33 more gems to win. So ideally, we want to slingshot past that. Ooh, this is actually perfect. These ruby speakers will convert things to ruby e-cards for me. Yeah, see, our gold jumped. He is giving both. And just purely based on the text on the card, that's not intended. Let's get rid of this Illusionist in my hand, though. I don't need two of them at this point. Especially since half the time we're not actually seeing cards I want on the board for to grab. I don't really want the +1 exile from hand right now. We got a lot of stuff in the discard, so hit Mermanix. Get me another Black Snake. We can actually have two of them, so we just have 4 power per turn just for free here. Okay. Onyxian. At the start of each turn, transform the lowest gem value card in your hand into an Octavoid. So, Octavoid draws 1 card, lose 2 gems, then exile itself. That's fine. Go away. I don't even know what got transformed, though, so we might have lost something that mattered. I didn't get a chance to really notice, because I was looking at something else when it happened. Okay, 17 power, 11 gold. Goodbye, Onyxian, immediately, because he's an issue. Knock out the pawn, see what else comes up. Chitterix. That would give me a free Sky Reaver. Sure. Of course, all this gold saving and such I'm doing doesn't necessarily help me that much. But it's neat to see it working. Turn you into another war. I mean, it's not a lot of gems, but may as well anyway. Actually, I should have knocked out the gold ooze first. There we go, get more power because we have a red card. Oh, I have nothing in my discard again. Whoopsie. You gotta stop doing that without looking. Sell the assassin. Clearly I'm gonna do it again. No, I won't. Just the Sun Golem that we cannot currently grab. But we win. We just barely are over, though, so we're not getting on that leaderboard very well. So part of it is turn time as well. Like, notice the highest ones are like 17 turns. I'm not going to submit a 26-205. That's not that great. So let's see, we got 4E. Exile the left and rightmost recruit cards, plus 2 gold for per exiled enemy. That's also an enemy itself. Thunderhoof, which is a blue card, it's a familiar. Whenever you discover, peek or exile, get 1 gem. And then the Emerald Legend Seeker, plus 1 gem, plus 1 attack, plus 1 gold. If your hand contains a merge card, seek your deck and discard for another. Add discard for another. I don't think we've seen a merge card yet, have we? So that's interesting. Sandwich. Exile all Gemblades and recruit, gain plus 1 power for each card exiled this way. And the Mutator. Or discard your 2 rightmost unplayed cards to draw 2. Not that great. Since we did a Ruby focus run, let's try... we'll try a Sapphire focus this time, since we got 2 Sapphires here, despite the fact that we've got a lot of Rubies on the table here. Yeah, literally an entire board of damn Rubies. We don't have a mulligan either, so we're just wasting this turn. And just for sake of the bit here. So I tell you what, since we did have some non-rubies in the Ruby run, give me the Sky Reaver so we can cycle a little better. Fortress. Okay, we've got 4 and 3. Let's grab the Ripple Blade then. Knock the pawn out. I know I'm losing gems to Necros, obviously, but it doesn't matter that much at the beginning here. We're not generating that many gems to begin with. Have the Zephyra before it disappears. We're once again having that attack power problem that we had at the beginning of the last run. Not enough to get rid of Necros, so grab the Lich, grab Banshee, start banishing cards, and we're gonna mulligan here for something that doesn't help at all. Great. Love that for me. You know, it'd be that way sometimes, but boy, is it unpleasant when it happens. Case in point, the situation we have right now again. Oh, there's the trader, but we can't afford it. God flame it. Okay, now we can grab the trader. Necros is still being a menace, but there's not a lot I can do about him at this exact moment. I fucked up my card order. This actually allows us to get rid of him, so we'll just sacrifice the Sky Reaver getting to do anything that turn. I just was clicking without looking. It was just completely on me. Now we can't mulligan anymore because Zero's here. I should have looked at the table because I could have actually used the Mutator as well. This one's just going terribly because I'm just fucking around now. I'm not even paying attention. Okay. There's no exilable enemies there, so that's useless. Let's grab Blizzard because I can exile the assassin that way. This is the one problem with trying to go only one color, is I end up wasting a lot of gold. And since I love to build for gold, it's definitely causing me problems. Speaking of, we have 10 gold, no power, and nothing we can fucking do. So, right, 0 blocks mulligans too, so this is just a wasted turn. Get the two of you, use the mutator to get rid of the clerics. Play assassin, exile assassin. Draw 2. Discard the assassin, draw 2 more. There's the clerics back again. Knock out the sun golem and knock out the ravager. Of course it wasn't a ruby, but it was kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other between the two to hit there. Got gold, but it doesn't help me, so I'm moving right along. Just keep exiling things, that's totally fine. I have the wrong thing higher again. We have 2 bosses on the board too, which is a problem. There's nothing I can do about either of them. Thankfully, he's exiling my garbage cards for me, so it helps. Nice, 4 gold. Once again, we have so much gold and nothing to spend it on. We're getting bad RNG on getting any sapphires on the table here is part of the problem. Hmm. 8 and 5 really does not do much. Like, I may as well knock the fire imp out just to move the board. Oh, there goes my Votris. You ever get the feeling there just isn't any sapphires in the deck suddenly? Because boy, am I getting that feeling. This might be one where we lose straight up, is we're at turn 18 and we have 30 gems, because I committed a little too hard, a little too early here, I think. So it is just stonewalled myself entirely. I have so much gold and nothing to use it on. Oh wait, I actually have the ability to get rid of Zero this time, though. Almost enough for Zerathal, but we'll take the one we can get rid of. Because now we can mulligan and hopefully get something. Never mind. And there's Orif. Screwing up my plans as well now. Want my plans? You sure are. There's an Alkin for power and another Siren. Okay, I found all the sapphires. And watch as they get turned into pawns. Yep. We can get the Frost Knight if... No, we have nothing but our power are on the board right now. And there's a decent chance that's going to be the one that gets banished. Yep, there it goes. I had a feeling. And we're 1 gold short of getting rid of Zerathal, too. Ah! This has gone so horribly awry. There's a Moonfang. That would help. Of course, now by the time I got something to show up that would give me the gold I need, I don't have enough attack anymore. So we may as well just keep on cycling. Grab the Moonfang. Knock you out. Get the gems from that. We have 9 turns to get 3/4 of the amount of gems we needed. I so fucked this up. trying to be greedy. This is what I get for trying to be funny and trying to do silly things like this. It's starting to pop off. That's the funny thing, is we're starting to have something happen here, but I think it's too late. Especially since we keep ending up 1 gold short of dealing with the issues at hand here. Doesn't help that we haven't seen any gold slimes or anything like that. Ooh, actually... yeah, that exile... oh no, Zerathil does not get exiled, apparently. He is immune to that. Well, fuck. That plan didn't work. I thought I found a trick to solve this. Give me that Arachnid temporarily so I get more attack. Knock out Vile Gas that way. Grab Ogle. We might still be able to pull this together, but it's gonna be very, very dicey whether it works. There's the Ogle we got immediately. Yeah, we're getting lots of power and not the other half now. Which is why those gold slimes would be huge. Oh, Sun Golem will work. That at least has gold attached to it. Ranthos would also have worked, but he's too late now, so we'll hold him on the board. Felgor instead. Which gets me my Zephyra, which gets me a Siren. Like, we've got moves happening, we're just not making enough moves. Let's get rid of the Gun Maiden at this point. Do I want to exile anything else? No. Oh, I lost the Owlkin anyway. That's what I was worried about, is if I had gotten rid of one Owlkin, it was going to get rid of the other, and I couldn't afford to lose both of them. I keep ending up getting only 1 card out of that. Oh, I think the whole deck's in my hand, is we've lost so many cards to Zerathil now. I just realized that when my cards weren't drawing more, I'm like, wait a minute, uh-oh. Mulligan. So that's a problem. That's actually a very big problem. I think we might have actually gotten fucking hard locked here. Three gold doesn't do a lot for me. I'm gonna grab the Harper just to have anything, because we're gonna be losing everything bit by bit here. Like, we're guaranteed to have the whole deck in hand right now, which gives me a lot of power to use, but again, we now also have a Nixian on the board, so it just keeps getting worse. And every time I hit the enemies that'll give me coins, it's too late. There goes a Siren. Yeah, and this is literally the entire deck now. Let's see, that gives me 8 power, which is barely enough to hit any of them, so I'm just SOL here. Just keep cycling. This way I can at least generate something. There goes the Harper. Great, there goes the Siren, which I needed. Why couldn't you have taken the Zephyra at any point? This way at least I kept some resource generation. This is so bad. I don't even have a discard pile, so Mermanix doesn't help. This is the worst. This is just straight up the worst. Mulligan, please. There's a Lich for some money. Doesn't matter. I left Zerathol on the board for too long. Let this be a warning. Don't leave this thing on the board any longer than you have to. Your deck literally will run out. That's actually kind of incredible, though. I have no cards. I literally have 0 cards now. I can't even play. At least you still get a pack of cards. Oh, actually, we got 5 cards for losing. What? Okay. Maybe I should lose more often. Cosmogon. Guess the gem type of the top card of your deck, plus 5 gems if you're correct. Aristocrat, which is another sapphire. Keep your remaining gold and power at the end of this turn. I like that. Forest King, which is emerald, plus 3 power when you hire a Gemblade, and it's a familiar, so that's useful. Squidorella, which is another sapphire. Discover a card from your discard and put it on top of your deck. And Undyne, obviously, is also a sapphire. Exile a random Gemblade for your hand to draw 3. Where were these sapphires when I was trying to do the funny all sapphire run? I swear. It's nice that there are different backgrounds. Based on this board right now, I don't think we can afford to pivot to any particular color at the moment. So I'll grab the Light Warden. Shogun. This is a much better blue set so far. So we might end up actually trying the Sapphire run again. This won't get me anything other than a little bit of power, but those are cards I also don't need, so that's fine. Can't believe I'm trying the Sapphire run again right after what just happened. That said, at least we're getting playable options for it this time. I'm not sure how this works. Do I still get the ability? Nope. Okay. That's a shame. And there's Cosmogon immediately. He needs 6 power to take, though. God damn. That's the one thing it didn't show me with the thing, was how much power it would take to take an enemy when they get pulled out of a pack. Which is a little bit of an odd decision that that's not a thing that it shows you. Draw Shogun for more draw and more power. Got the Zephyra. I got the Vilegast. There's the Forest King, but he's not going to help too much. I might take him anyway, though, because he is a very useful familiar. And I've made exceptions before. There we go, that knocks out both of those. We need 2 more power, and I just don't have it. Thankfully, Necros knocking my gem count down, not as big a deal as leaving the other thing on the board like we did before. The only problem is going to be whether I can actually generate enough gold. Though there's the Aristocrat, which is going to be huge. Need to generate 8 gold to get her, but, you know. Ignoring the fact that it's likely that she'll be the one that get... No, she didn't get exiled at any point. Good news, everyone. So I've got 5 and 4, and it's the wrong way around to get rid of Necros. And there's 0, so I can't mulligan this either. There's the 8 gold I need for the Aristocrat, though, so we can at least save that from being discarded. These suddenly get so much more spicy, though, once I start trying to go for only one color. I like it. Even though it makes it really difficult. That's half the fun, honestly. Free knockout. Unfortunately, the gold news is above that knockout threshold. We can bank it. Mutator. Draw 2 first. Okay, Illusionist, then Mutator. Place those cards. Exile both of those because Necros just comes right back. Now we can get rid of Necros. Next stop will be getting rid of Zero. Ice Caller, Shogun for more Ice Caller. Banshee, Siren. Okay, we can actually get rid of Zero right now. So let's get rid of him so he stops blocking my mulligans. Keep exiling those one coin wonders. Okay. We are in a bad spot because we are about to have that boss come up again that was causing us a problem. Grabbing the trader, I guess. Okay, we have 7 and 2. We're 1 short of dealing with Zerathal. Oh, we're 2 short, actually. We're 1 short in both categories. But as soon as I get rid of that assassin, we were in a good spot. Actually, there we go. We have enough. Zerathal's gone turn 1. That's perfect. Okay, we have nothing to worry about there now. We just need to worry about getting our gem count up. Which, as long as we keep having Light Warden work out, we will be able to get our gem count up. Of course, now we're seeing a lot of Ravagers, which do not help me. Among other things that also don't help me, but that's neither here nor there. That's better. Moonfang for card draw. We'll see if we can grab that Aristocrat. Nice, that's lots of gold. So that's Aristocrat collected. Rid of one of the Arcanists. Okay, we've got 5 and 5. I should have probably hit the Fire Imp and gotten rid of one of the Arcanists that way. We can get extra gold from Fori, but gold's not what I really need at the second. We will hold on to it, though, after turn, thanks to the Aristocrat. So actually, I'm going to hit the Vile Ghast and bank the gold. I think that's the best play I had there. Well, maybe not the best play, but it was one of the better plays I had there. Like Warden away the end cards. Illusionist, just because I can. Grab a free Gun Maiden, grab the Banshee. Knock out the Sun Golem. I was really banking on getting a 3-cost target to hit. Let's mulligan this away and try again then. There's Augie, but there's also a Ripple Blade. I'd rather the Ripple Blade, because the card draw from Ogle didn't save us last time. Just realized I wasted my free kill on that pawn. Well, there's Orif, which is going to start turning things into pawns on that note. That's not that bad a thing. Nice. There's another Shogun. And Squidorella. Okay, we're getting some cards we can play now. And we'll just bank the power, which will help us reach killing Orif. Speaking of Ripple Blade... yeah, Ripple Blade again. Aristocrat, so I have enough gold. Kill off Orif, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. We do only have 9 turns to make up a lot of gems, but we're starting to pop off now, so I think we'll be okay. Let's clean up the board a bit. Rider will actually be big if we can get him, because that's a lot of sapphires in hand. And that would be a lot of gems. We did just play an aristocrat, so we do have the gold. Grab Rider. I could have made him cheaper before grabbing him, but it's fine. Knock out the Sun Golem. Fiddle with the card draw before we do anything else. Not quite enough to do a lot of the things I would like to do here. We do have a free kill, so let's freely knock out the Ravager. Turns out my next card's an aristocrat, so that doesn't help. Magic Tome. We now know that it's that, so I get the gems from it at least. Speaking of aristocrats, I did not play one this turn, so I think I will actually mulligan. Despite the fact I would like to keep that gold ooze around. Yeah, this was a better thing to mulligan too, though. Give me that Void Witch. Go ahead and put the Gun Maiden on the top of the deck. Yeah, that's 2 enemies, so that gets me gems. Aristocrat, Banshee, Illusionist. We have 2 and 7. We could hit the Chitterix and get cheaper for Gemblades, which is worth doing, because that makes the Frost Knight a lot more affordable. Use that Gun Maiden draw we saw before, get rid of that Cleric. Grab Frost Knight. Okay, that was actually a decent turn. We're starting to pull this together. I know I keep saying that, but it remains true. Moonfang for a card. Shogun and the Moonfang. Okay, we got 8 and 4. That's not bad. We knock out the Gold Ooze for more gold. Grab the Thunderhoof and the Siren. Exile the Assassin and the Arcanist. Can't really do much with the remaining 5 gold I have. We're gonna go ahead and mulligan that away. Grab us another Squidorella for more power. Power seems like it's overall better? Yep. What did I lose? Every time I look away, fucking Onyxian shows up and starts turning shit into octopuses. Very annoying. Go ahead and give me back a Shogun into the top of the deck. Aristocrat, Ripple Blade, Arcanist. Get gems from that. Shogun gives me even more gems and another card. And grab Votris on the cheap. Go ahead and give me Thunderhoof so I get gem generation from that. Oh no, not my assassin. Whatever will I do? This is not a great hand to have the Frost Knight in, arguably, but it's okay. Because this hand has so much card draw is the problem, but we're gonna go for it anyway. Light Warden those away. Void Witch, Illusionist, Aristocrat. Yeah, I have nothing to discard things is the problem. Ice Collar. Ripple Blade for more power, then Shogun more power. Get rid of Onyxian. Rid of Puranos. May as well grab the Illusionists, even though I have mixed feelings about having those at this point. There's still more Emerald, more Sapphire cards to use. Those are both enemies, so we can get gems from that. Yeah, there's nothing in the discard right now. Okay, we only need 34 more gems now. We've got 12 and 8. Give me exile so I can get rid of the cleric. Get rid of the lich. Grab the mindstormer. Exchange that for the gold ooze. Mulligan this away for hopefully some blue cards. I can live with that. Yeah, that works. Because that boosted our gem count a decent bit. So we only need 19 more in these 2 turns. So we might actually have salvaged this. Squidorella for another Squidorella. And that cycles into a Shogun. 4 and 8. I got the Mindstormer, see what I get. Give me the Valkyrie, which gives me the Light Warden back, which knocks out those. Knock out Felgor for more gems. And it allows me to play the Shogun, which replays the Light Warden, which gets me more gems. I only need 6 more gems to win this run now. We clawed this back from the jaws of defeat pretty hard. Mulligan, knock out a Blizzard, I guess. Actually, you know what? This will be funny. Give me a free Moonfang. Give me a Light Warden for 2. Give me the Rider. We are over the amount we needed. And there we go. We win by 8. Whew! Just pulled that one out of my ass a bit, but it's fine. Another 5 cards. We got a Glutton enemy. 4 gems, 1 gold, nothing else. The Dewdrop, exhaust to put the next card you hire this turn on top of your deck. The Monkey King for the Ruby cards. Mulligan a random recruit into an enemy with a cost 4 or more. Sun Priestess, which is an Emerald card. Draw 2 if your hand contains all gem types. And Oculus, which is a new enemy. Keep your remaining golden power at the end of the turn. So it's essentially an enemy version of the Aristocrat. 29 and 208 is worse than last time, so we're not submitting that score either. I mean, we're due to try an Emerald run, but, that board's not looking very Emerald friendly. He says he's gonna try anyway, because I tried with a bad set of Sapphires before. Why wouldn't I try with a bad set of Emeralds, right? We'll just borrow something to kind of make it work. Give me this Zephyra for card draw. So we got lots of gold, but nothing really to do with it. There we go, there's a Priestess, which is admittedly more gold, but, you know, I'll take what I can get. Look at all of my money that I can't do anything with. I'm tempted to grab the Ice Collar just to have something that has power, but actually no, Ignis would be a better one because at least it has an additional mechanic. And of course, as soon as I grab that, I see an Arachnid. But we can grab that now too, so that's fine. We're starting to get things that can work. Mulligan this away. Get more green. Give me that Valkyrie. Okay, we've got things we can work with now. There's hope. 3 and 6. We can't get rid of Necros that way. We'll go ahead and grab the Frog King, though I don't know how useful he'll end up being. We can grab the Monarch. The Monarch's not going to be super useful, since I'm not gonna have that many times where it's gonna be all types, but we will have some times where there's all types. So it'll be okay. It'll steadily get worse is the problem, though. I'm gonna mulligan that, yeah. Skeleton Mage gets me another card, which gets me the Valkyrie. Okay. I have no discard, unfortunately, but at least it gives me something I can work with. Knock the Ravager out for free. Of course, it's not a Ruby card. But it's moving the pool along for free is the idea. It's a shame we saw Sprixia after we stopped playing the Sapphire set. This game. It's like it listens to what I'm saying I'm gonna do and just goes, oh, you're doing that? Well, okay, we're gonna give you nothing for that. And there's the Undyne as well. I can't do anything with that. Well, I'll grab this Historian, I guess. Because there's gonna be a lot of allies getting exiled, so that actually works. 7 gold and nothing else, and literally nothing to buy. Okay, we got 6 and 2, which is the wrong way around for either of these bosses. Oh, there we go. I can get rid of Necros now, at least. We are definitely a bit behind the curve right now, which is not ideal. And by a bit behind the curve, I mean we are desperately behind the curve, but don't worry too much about that. It'll totally be fine. He says, knowing full well that he's lying to himself the entire way, but... you know what, give me the Undyne. The exiling will at least sort itself out. It's a good thing I don't have any mulligans to have be blocked right now. I have no discard right now. But we do at least have a lot of attacks, so we can get rid of Zero and get rid of the skeleton. Hi, Zerathal. I had a feeling you were waiting right in the wings to ruin my whole day. Thankfully, you'll help me get rid of this garbage. Downside, you're gonna get rid of my everything soon. And if I can't wrangle a solution to you. Yeah, just keep taking the garbage cards away. Oh, great, you exiled my Monarch, thanks. I mean, it's not terrible that you exiled him, but it's very unfortunate that you exiled him, in particular. Do I think mulliganing would get me the power that I need? The answer's doubtful, but I do have an idea. It's called, we knock out Gold Ooze first, we grab time, then we mulligan. We get a Harpy and a Priestess, okay. Okay, a concept. It's not a complete concept, but that's okay. And it exiled my Undyne, which is perfect. Now we get a handful of garbage, which the Priestess was the thing that got exiled, so the thing I just bought is gone now. There we go. Get rid of Zerathal. Orif's here now, which is annoying, but one problem at a time. Five and 2. There's the Forest King and Nightmare and the Historian. Where were all these damn emeralds before? And of course one of them got fucking turned into a pawn too. I've got 8 turns to make up over 100 gems. I think we might be cooked here. If I could just get the Forest King, we'd actually be so in business, though. And it's gone now, so it doesn't matter. I may as well just mulligan this pool away then. Five and 8. Yeah. Legend Seeker, White Snake, Scythe, Harpy. None of these are bad, but the problem is how useful are they actually gonna be? Considering the position we're in. I think I hit 40 to get gold, and then I buy multiple. Except that didn't get... I keep forgetting that it doesn't actually count bosses. So he didn't actually give me 4 gold like he was supposed to. We need the Scythe for gem generation. Because we desperately need to start making some headway on the gems. Of course, now there's also Pranthos ruining everything. Okay, we got 6 and 5. Get rid of the Pranthos. Get rid of the pawns. Be sad that I still got nothing of merit, so mulligan anyway. There's a Nightmare. That'll be a big change for us. Two and 6. A Monkey King's actually really cheap. Huh. Oh, there's a Nixian as well now. We are so fucking cooked. At least the Octavoids do change into emeralds, so there's that. And we do lose gems, but at least they're card draw as well. I need to make 99 gems in 4 turns. I don't think that's impossible, but with the cards we have right now, I think it might be. Especially at the rate I'm losing cards. 6-5. Actually, take out the Oculus, because that'll let me bank the gold. Mulligan. Ooh. There's some hope, but not a lot. Our deck's way too small for greed, which is a shame because he would give me so many gems, but it would take him too many turns to be useful anyway. Sun Priestess is not bad, but it's not going to help us right now. Judgment at least has a function, but this ruins the fact that I banked anything, because I now no longer banked anything. I had a method of gem generation this whole time, too. That's the fucked up part. It just wasn't generating enough. Lost a Historian, which takes away some of my gem generation. Okay, we got lots of power to use now, so hang on. Cosmogon, it's gonna be an emerald. Biogast on. Didn't quite get enough to get greed. This is our last turn. And we lost our priestess as well. Yikes. Still not enough to take out a Nixian. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. We got so many useless cards at the beginning. Like, we wasted a good, like, 4 or 5 turns right off the rip trying to only go for emeralds. Okay, we got new enemies. We got a couple good things. So Motherius, it's a new enemy. Peek at your top card. If it's a sapphire, draw 2. So instead of only getting benefits from rubies from enemies, we now have one that benefits from sapphires. Gluttony, a ruby card. Draw up to hand size. Burn a gem for every 2 cards drawn this way. It has no bonuses, but it gives you 4 gems just by having it. New enemy, Punkactus, is 1 gem, 1 gold. Burn 2 gems, then discount all familiars in Recruit by 2. Wraith, a new Sapphire card. If there are more allies in Recruit, plus 1 gold per ally, otherwise plus 1 power per enemy. So that's just a good card in general. And Fafflepath, a new familiar. Or the first time you exile each turn, draw 2 ephemeral cards from exile. So that's pretty good too. We do have ads coming up here soon. But obviously we're going back in and trying again. I'm gonna give the Emerald play a try again, because at least we got a Talon right off the rip this time. And I'm actually gonna take a Mornstar. Ooh, we got a Valkyrie as well. So we already have much better legs on this run than we had last time. Considering, you know, we can, oh, I don't know, literally do anything at all. We're still having a couple turns where nothing's happening, but that's okay. $6 gold, hold 1 attack. Can't do a lot with that, so let's mulligan this away. Still can't do much with that, so that was a waste to mulligan for right now. There's my Valkyrie. 5 and 3. Still not a lot I can do because it's the wrong way around. And of course it wasn't an emerald. Yeah, the ads have kicked in, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop activity here for a moment, go to the bathroom, and be back in just a moment. Alright, we're about halfway back from the ads. I have returned from doing what I needed to do. Just also, as usual, keeping half an eye on the weather and everything. You know, as you do. Brain. Brain, you need to fire on all cylinders again now, if you would please. Be so kind as to function. No, it's just not happening. Brain's just not having it, apparently, right now. This is so frustrating, because I'll get up and walk away, have a thought I want to talk about, and then by the time I make it back to the desk, that idea's gone. Every time. So upsetting. What we'll probably do, though, is we'll go till we get an emerald win, and then I'll probably do like another round or two without restricting myself to see if we can synergize like all the new cards and such together and do a really high scoring run, and then we'll probably wrap up. Welcome back from the ads. Ads on that note. Let's see about getting this game moving forward further. Not with a hand like that, that's for sure. Grab the harpy. That's gonna be it. I'm very curious about these merge cards. Merge cards in my mind can only be one of two things with a game like this. It's either a card that does power and gold, or it's a card that like might be more than one gem, which we haven't seen any of those yet. Six and 4. We can't quite afford the Legend Seeker, but we can after we get rid of the Vilegast. Nice, we got the Valkyrie back again. We don't have any discard right now, so she doesn't do her whole thing, but she's still helpful. Bold News, into Cavalier, into a Mulligan. Ooh, into a Duchess. Three and 3. I might have been better served holding off on the Assassin and the Cleric and knocking them out of the hand with the Mutator. Too late to worry about that now. This hand is actually useless as a result. Well, oh well. And now I've got an only money hand, but thankfully we can use that to grab either Time or Judgment. I'm going to take Time out of the two. We might be able to grab Judgment this turn. Okay, we have some attack. We're one attack short of getting rid of Zero. We could get rid of Necro so we stop hemorrhaging gems. That's probably a good idea. And we can get rid of the pawn as a bonus. We are approaching another boss spot, though, which is not ideal. Now, we keep that at Duchess. No matter which one she gives, it's useful. We have lots of gold, and in hindsight, actually, gold is not as important. I'm going to take the Aristocrat, even though it's off color, just because they are very useful. Shogun is arguable as well, but I'm going to not deviate too hard. Five and 5. I actually should have held a card again, because I could have actually knocked out the Fire Imp and gotten 2 cards. But we can do that next turn. Nice, we got the attack, but unfortunately we're not gonna have enough attack for what I was planning to do. And Zerathol's here now, so, that's a problem. This is actually... yeah. I was gonna say, this is more or less a hand I can't do anything with. I did not mean to grab that. That was me trying to click away from the thing. And of course I lost my Duchess, too. The first thing Zerathol ate was the Duchess. Oh, this game sometimes, I swear. It's like it knows. It's like, oh, that's what you wanted to keep? Well, that needs to die then. That absolutely needs to go. Well, I'll take greed, I guess. He might actually come in handy. Yes, take the assassins. That's fine. This is the most use of Mornstar's gotten. Got 6 and 6, which is still not enough to do what I need to do, but at least I can do something. Okay, there's a new Duchess to get. Yeah, there goes the Mornstar. As soon as I said that's the most use I've gotten out of one, it dies immediately. To no one's surprise, probably. 5 and 4. Not enough to do any of what I really want to do, but it's okay. There we go. We can get the Duchess back, so at least we have one of those again. Got the Lumberjack. We're in a similarly bad spot to where we were before. We had such a promising start, and then it just went to hell in a handbasket from there. Like, literally, these single color runs keep dying at Zerathol. Zerathol keeps ruining everything, because I end up just not having the power ceiling for him. And there's another useful card. Like, Zerathol and Orif together just shuts most of my setups down. I need to grab Wrath. Like, that's the only way out of this hole for us at this point, almost. Now there's the Forest King. He would also be a valid way out of this hole. Grab time so I don't waste the money. There goes my Harpy, losing me more power. And yep, there went the Forest King. No surprise there. Okay, hang on. We actually have the power we need. Zerathol, get the fuck out of here. Orif's an issue, but I wasn't gonna be able to get rid of him right now. Thing is, we got 7 turns left to do anything. So I think we're once again hooped for emeralds. Because I keep leaving things as problems for just slightly too long. And then, you know, RNG says situations like this. I mean, fuck it, I may as well pivot at this point and try to dig out then. Okay, that might actually be the winning turn here, in a way. Because we just got Wrath, which lets me get rid of Orif, and then keep playing beyond that. We have a Nixian to deal with now, of course, but one problem at a time. And Zero's still there, by the way, in case anybody forgot Zero exists. Got the Sun Priestess. Knock out another pawn. There's still hope. There's not a lot of hope, but there's still hope. Seven and 4. Let's give it a 0 then, so I can mulligan again. Not that I have any actual mulligan options here. Okay, hang on. All I had to do was grab, like, 2 things that weren't green, and now we're getting a lot of green again. Wrath came back the very next day. There goes a Nixian. We have 3 turns after this, though, to try to finish fixing things. Yep, there's the storm. All the more reason for me to wrap up before too awful long in case we have a power outage. We're gonna be closer to salvaging this than we were last time, but I still am not confident we're gonna be able to salvage this. This suddenly gives me more confidence, though. Lumberjack. Nine, 7. Another greed. Sun Golem into Skeleton Mage into Blood Orc. The thing is, we need to make another 63 gems in 1 turn. Not impossible. Not impossible. Highly unlikely. Let's see if we can do it. This is how you know I enjoy this, though, is that I'm willing to immediately swing for these, like, weird challenge attempts to fuck around with. Oh, I don't have enough power to fight him. May actually be worth my while to mulligan. I was hoping to get some high gem value cards to buy. We're gonna end up just short again, no matter how I do this. Because even if I break the rule and grab these, you'll notice we're still a lot short. That was still a much better run. Lots of enemies in this one. So we got the Frost Wraith, gives 1 gold, guess the gem type of the top card of your deck, and draw it if you're correct. Zap, which is a Ruby familiar, +1 gem each turn, so that's not bad if you can get him early. Man of Spiders, not to be confused with Spider-Man, +1 gem for each familiar in play if you defeat him. And Hydronox. Remove up to 3 sapphires from exile, draw 1 for each. And it just gives you 3 gems when you beat it. And then Noxilus, the Emerald card. Exile all recruitment cards, then +1 power for each enemy card exiled this way. So he's basically a mulligan, but gives you power for it. Okay. We'll try... Well, let me tell you this. Depending on what we draw, we might go for the Emerald run again. Based on this, I think we're gonna go for in any color, and then we might try the Emerald run again after. Because this does not give me faith. It's either that or we, like, start any color and then we pivot, which is probably smarter than trying to do 1 color right off the rip. Because the game doesn't seem to really like you picking lots of the same color. Because, you know, as I'm picking different ones, it's giving me all of them. Just when I start picking only one, it stops giving me variety anymore. Which is interesting. We're still having a power problem, though. I probably should have actually used the Shogun on the Sky Reaver. Maybe War. I was debating between War and the Demonologist, and I'd rather have the War. Or I think right now. Because we've got a deck full of mostly junk, so we kind of need the cycling. Now, I could have grabbed Ninetales. And that might have actually worked out as a pivot point to go all Emerald. Yeah, because now we lose Ninetales. Unless I can pull money out of the ether from somewhere, but it's not looking good. Yeah, that wasn't an Emerald. I mean, it wasn't a Sapphire, rather. And there's Gluttony we can get soon. That could also work. Do that or I mulligan so I don't lose the 7 coins, but we'll grab Frog King so we don't lose as much money. Because he may actually come into play here soon. Yeah, no, there's definitely a storm riding in hard right now. You can hear it starting to whip up out there. Rather than Gluttony, though, I'm grabbing Ignis first. Gluttony might end up getting left behind, because there's a lot of things that are definitely going to be prioritized higher than him showing up. We are still having a problem of keeping up here, though, that I'm noticing. So part of the problem might just be me in general. Like, I'm prioritizing the wrong things. So I tell you what, we're gonna have to mulligan this away. Oh no, Zero's here, so I can't mulligan. Shit fire. No cleric, please. Give me something else. Great, I got an assassin instead. Well, give me the aristocrat. I could have grabbed the white snake for the gold every turn, or Gluttony, but the aristocrat would be very useful. Conquest, Shogun to replay Conquest, Sky Reaver to get rid of the Arcanist. I'm 1 gold short, but there's a Sun Golem to give me the 1 gold that I need. Do I want White Snake or do I want Gluttony then? We keep ending up with a lot of cards in hand, so I think the White Snake's more important. We don't have a lot of gold in hand right now, but it gives me power, which does not help either in hindsight. Well, never mind. Card draw. Nom 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 nom. Let's get rid of Necros now? How many Sapphires do I have in exile? I do not have enough Sapphires in exile for Hydrox to matter. I would only get 1 card from him. I only have 1 familiar in play, so Mana Spiders would only get me 1 gem. I don't have anybody to discard, so yeah, Necros it is then. And nothing that I want for 4 gold. Specifically that there's nothing for 4 gold, which is a problem. Sky Reaper twice. Aristocrat. Considering I have 2 power, Aristocrat was a good call. Take the other snake. Of course, I get Ignis right after that, and we have Zerathal now, so it's a problem. Let's get the card draw. Okay, we got White Snake on the board. So that's free gold. Yep, I figured Ignis was going. That's why I was like, I need to make as many plays as I can here before we lose that. So now we have 1 starting power and 2 starting gold. Oh wait, no, we had an aristocrat play, right? Speaking of the aristocrat, there it is again. We have lots of gold and no power. So grab Noxilus and Scythe. There's a Duchess as well I can get next turn. And there goes my aristocrat. I mean, ordinarily I'm fine with the aristocracy dying, but I kind of need them right now. Grab a Duchess to replace my aristocrat then. We still have our free attack, so knock out the Blood Orc. I completely forgot I had that banked. There we go, we got both snakes. We do in fact have twin snakes, what do you know? 5 and 9, so Zerathal's still an issue. Give me the Votress for gold. Oh, there's Fafflepath. Give me that. And drew Sky Reaver. God damn it. Okay, at least Sky Reaver's the one that got exiled. That's actually okay. Hold that thought on exiling all the recruitment. Grab the Valkyrie first. Now you can nuke the recruitment and give me 4 power for it. Paranos goes away. And that's it. Arcanist got exiled, that's fine. 4 is a good one to get, thank you. Give me Faffle Path. So 10 and 6. Well, the only thing I could buy would be the Legend Seeker, but I think we try to clear first. Emerald? Nope, it was Sapphire. Damn it. We do have things in discard, so Hermetics can work. Give me the Valkyrie, because that gives me another thing for my discard, which was not worth it, as it turns out, but it was worth a try. Give me both Judgment and Thunderhoof, yeah. I was gonna go Judgment and Legend Seeker, but that's a better pair. We almost had a good loop going. We actually almost kept going. Oh, there goes my Sybil, but that's okay. She's not that strong. Duchess into Shogun. Okay, that's not bad. 11 and 5 is doable to do a few things with, at least. I should have saved for the Void Witch, but at least we got a Priestess. I'm gonna knock the Mutator out just to get something. And the Duchess is gone again. Son of a bitch. Assassin to the bottom of the deck, and I get a Cleric instead. Great. 9 and 6. The reverse of what anybody wants, really. And I got my Duchess back. Historian. We got 8 turns to make up a lot of ground. Invasion 5 is just actually relatively difficult. Lost my Ripple Blade, so a lot of my power's gone. Yeah, fine, Noxilus. Get all this shit out of here. Yep, I've got a fake pawn and a fake trader, huh? Okay. I'll take what I can get. Give me a bunch of gold from you. We've got gold. We got gold for days. Speaking of, we have enough to kill Zerathal. Get that out of there so I stop losing cards. Squidrella is good. Give me another war. Don't need another Thunderhoof. I don't really want most of the rest of this, but I'll take the Siren because at least it gives power. You drop Exhaust to put the next card you hire this turn on top of your deck. Yeah, sure, why not? And Maiden. Honestly, at the rate we're getting garbage still, we'll take the Mornstar. We can also use that exiling to our advantage. Okay, at least we're getting more gems generated. Knock those out of there before we use the Illusionist, so we at least get something more out of it. But the Historian and the Seraph. The Trader's nice and all, but I need power, and the Seraph at least has a little bit of that. Apologies for the amount of rumbling you're hearing. There is, as usual, not a lot I can do about that. The Professor, Shogun off of the Professor to get more. I probably should have actually used the first mate twice. So I had the solution to my power problem. Get rid of Orif. Grab a Sky Reaver, a Monkey King, another Faffle Path, another White Snake, another Aristocrat. I just basically top decked like 8 things there, don't mind me. We got 5 turns, and we might actually turn this to our favor. Star those away. We've got a fake Duchess, which will do something. Gives me power. Perfect. Really wish I wouldn't keep getting fake pawns all the time, but you know, it's okay. I'll take getting anything at this point. A Harper and a Banshee. It's just anything with power is what I need right now. Oh, there goes Judgment, but thankfully the same result happens where I draw it anyway. Oh. Valkyrie keeps fishing for absolute garbage is part of the problem. Let's see, we got 10 and 12. I need to get rid of a Nixian, arguably, but I'm gonna get rid of Zero first so I can actually start using my mulligans to potentially do something. So this set right now does not need to be mulliganed that badly. At least there's something useful there. Nope, didn't end up getting useful, but that's okay. We made a big swing there is the point. Use that first. Give me the first mate. Oh great, I got another Octavoid. It literally is giving me a pawn every fucking time now. Oh, that's one light flicker, so if the stream disappears, you know why. There's almost certainly, yeah, there's enough Sapphires in there to get 3 cards, so Hydrox first. I already don't remember the last thing I played, otherwise I'd Shogun. 4 first, Historian, Arcanist, Noxilus everything away for power. Is there anything here that I want? Knock the Puranos for more gold. Grab the Conquest. Now nuke it all again. And for even more power. Now Skeleton Mage. Get gems from Man of Spiders. Okay, we just need 23 more gems now. We've actually started to pull this. First mate for more power. Knock another Man of Spiders. We just need 15 next turn. Make that 13. Lost the Monkey King, which is upsetting, but honestly, at this point, he wouldn't have been that useful. Chitterix is useful. Professor's big, actually. Yeah, he doesn't even give gems. He's only giving gold, so that's a misprint on that. And currently. Time's fine, because that'll just give me another card. Gun Maiden gives me yet another card. Priestess gives me gold. And honestly, I could probably just bankroll my way to victory here. You're worth 4 gems. Give me another copy of you that's also worth 4 gems. White Snake into play. Trader gives me gold. Void Witch is worth 3 gems. We're now over the amount we need. At this point, it's just trying to grab as many gems as I can. So, like, grabbing as many cards that are worth multiple gems as possible. Nope, it was a Sapphire. Dang it. We have one more turn. I realized I counted wrong, so I didn't need to quite launch that hard. That's okay. It also didn't end even though I was over the amount. So that's interesting. Okay, so we got 14 and 10. Knock that. I should have probably knocked out an Ixion, actually. Because he's worth a good amount of gems. You're worth 2 gems. You're worth 3, but I can't afford you. In fact, I have to mulligan here. Or almost. You're worth 2 gems. Hey! We actually got to draw it if I had space to draw it, which I don't. But that's a pretty good victory. We're 36 over. We are like hella late with it being turn 30. But we at least had a good gem amount. And we got Firex. It's an enemy, gives 3 gems. Discard your 2 rightmost unplayed cards to gain 5 gems. That's not that great. The Oracle from the Sapphire set. Guess the gem type of your top card of your deck. Draw it if you're correct. Gives 2 gold. Envy from Sapphire. From Emerald, rather. Or +1 gold per enemy and recruit. Replay the last Gemblades. So that's really good. That's like Shogun plus extra gold. And Wood Golem. It's an enemy. 2 gems. Remove up to 5 allies from exile. Gain +1 gem for each one. So that's useful. And then the Tamer, which is also an Emerald card, gives 2 power, draw 1 and reduce the cost of all familiars and recruit by 1. So that's pretty good. That's like an illusionist for familiars, but gives a little extra. So that's pretty good. We'll go ahead and submit that score. Where does that put me? Uh, 15th. That's not terrible. Very interesting mix of profile pictures here, too. I feel like after we unlock more cards, we can definitely be more competitive on that leaderboard. I'm not going to commit to Emerald yet, but I am going to lean... Oh, no, hang on. I think I will commit it for Emerald now, because we got the Tamer. That's some power right off the bat. And for Emerald, so we'll grab the Frog King then. Even though the Frog King won't be that helpful right off the rip. He gets played and out of the way, so it's decent enough. I may make an exception for familiars as far as my one color rule goes. I fucked up my order of operations there. So I lost the Tamer, which was what was going to get us Fafflepav. I hate it when I do that. I hate it when I do a bad, and boy did I do a bad. This turn is basically dead. I'll take the Gun Maiden just to have card draw. Arguably I should have just mulliganed after I fucked that up, but it's fine. This hand ended up largely the same. Okay, there's the Tamer back again. But unfortunately, there's no familiars to benefit from it on the board right now. But we can start bopping things at least. I think I'll just mulligan here, though. How about we mulligan again? That's a bit better, because at least I can knock out the Punctus. And Zap is a familiar, so we'll take Zap. It would be clever of me to grab the Oracle, even though it's not the right color, because I can then start getting good predictions. And it is new, so you know what? I'll flex for that. So I've grabbed a few off-color things for the other sets before, so it's only fair this one gets a little bit of leeway. Not enough to do much with, though. We're already 8 turns in, and I feel like I've done fucking nothing. Of course, one of the handful of Sapphires. Problem is we still have no power. Particularly. Now there we go. Now we're starting to get some more emeralds. See, I was kind of hoping to trick the game a little bit by grabbing a couple other things early, but the game is on to my shenanigans, it seems, and just not having it. Oh, there's Noxilus. We might be able to get something going here if I can manage to grab him before we lose him. Sapphire again. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. There we go. We managed to swing getting Noxilus. Get the Frost Wraith for free as well. There we go. We at least get to get the Talon for free, which gets me Mornstar, which I don't need. Put it at the bottom. Cleric, which doesn't accomplish anything either, but at least it was something, I guess. Draw one. Talon. Give me Tamer. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now things are happening. Knock the Lich out. And we have 11 gold. I know, this is a familiar. Take the familiar. And now we get Judgment. Alright, alright. See, this is the problem. We kept getting locked behind, like, one card. And then all the cards we were looking for were always, like, right behind that one card. Sweep the board. It only gives me 2 power, but at least it gives me something to do with this turn. Great, I got rid of a cleric just to get a cleric. 4 power. There's definitely a bunch of blues who's exiled, so yeah, go ahead and knock out Hydronox, gets me more cards. There's the Snake. A Cavalier to get more gold, to get another Cavalier, and a Duchess. I know Necros is eating my gems, but that's okay. He can eat a dick right alongside those gems. I should have used my power. I've got so used to not having any power to attack with. Oh, deck's empty. Son of a bitch. This is misplay central now, because I'm playing too fast and loose. Sure, Noxilus. Nope, wasn't a Sapphire. Surprising no one. There's no familiars in Recruit right now. Probably should have grabbed Scythe since we had 6, actually. We once again have a power problem. Literally the only reason I even have any power right now at all is because of the snake. So I'm gonna flex it a little bit. There goes one of my Cavaliers. That's fine. Yeah, we have 3 bosses on the board right now because I still haven't gotten rid of Necros. This is going terribly. That's what I get for trying to do clever things again. Like, we're starting to gain ground. It's just a struggle. Necros is finally gone. Problem is we haven't gained any mulligans at all, and obviously Zero is blocking the mulligans anyway. Yeah, we're 18 turns in and we have 36 gems. Okay. And of course I get something that I can't afford now. Even with bending the plan a bit here, it's not ideal. There we go. So 6, 7. Grab the White Snake before I Noxilus. Okay, I have 8 power. There's a bit I can do with that. Okay, I have 8 too. I can't get rid of Zerathol, but let's get rid of Zero so at least I have mulligan power available again. And Zerathol's at least helping for the moment. I've now doomed myself by saying that, but, you know. Oof. Oh. Oh, good. It exiled the thing that was going to disappear on its own. That's perfect, actually. Yeah, give me Noxalus. Grab Ogle, then Noxalus away, everything in a moment, probably. Oh, there's a Ninetales now, which would be great for gem generating. But I think I'm gonna have to let that go. Because I need to get rid of things before it gets any worse. Rather than get rid of Zerathol, I'm getting rid of Aura first. So he stops disabling things on the board and turning them into pawns. His Zerathol, like I said, is actually somewhat helping. There we go, we get the bonus gold every turn now. There's another Zap copy. The Monarch could technically work, so sure, I guess I'll take that. And we mulligan. And, of course, the only green in this set that I mulliganed to is going to disappear because I can't afford it. No, I don't really want a Cavalier at the moment. There we go, Ogle, so I get the extra card. Perfect. Really banking on extra attack there, dear. Not helpful. You are a pet, so come with me. An extra card draw from that. Knock that out right off. Damn it. I'm gonna keep clicking Emerald with the Oracle in the hopes that it works out, and it just keeps not working. Because this is a disaster setup. Got 6 turns to make a lot of gems up. It's, not looking great at the moment. Thankfully, I don't really want any of this, so go ahead and exile it away. So you're saying there's a chance. There's no longer a chance. We were so close to getting rid of Zerathol. I was 1 attack away. Well, let's buy the Ninetales then. That didn't give me the 1 attack I needed still. I got Mermanix. Give me the Ninetales. So I can at least get him on the board immediately. Blood Orc. Mulligan. Hey, look, all of the Sapphires forever. Though it does include some familiars, so I will be taking those familiars. Which gets me the Tamer, which makes the familiars that are still left cheaper. I think this is an Emerald. It is! What do you know? I don't have any room in my hand, though. And there goes my Tamer. Well, son of a bitch. Need power, so yes, give me that. There's a Nixian. And there went one of the fucking familiars. Nice, I got a Noxalus. Well, we're gonna be knocking everything off the board anyway, then. Hydronox. I don't have any hand space. I don't know why I did that. There's Envy, though. Like, I'm just playing stupid this time, I'm noticing. Like, I'm just making misplays for days. Okay, let's finally get rid of Zerathal. Grab you two. This might still turn out. We have 50 left and we have 3 turns. It's not impossible. I have said so many times and been right and wrong at the same time. There's Envy. 1 gold per enemy and recruit, replay last Gemblade, sure. I don't have that many sirens, and yet somehow they kept coming back. Mulligan that one that way. Do I get rid of a Nixian? The answer is yes, because he interferes with my hand and he keeps causing issues. Grab a bunch of green cards. Okay, we just need to get 25 now. Draw a card. Draw a card. Duchess. Gives attack. Perfect. Yes, I want Scythe. I can't get the max value out of Scythe, but I also don't want to lose the Scythe. Oh my god. Just this hand just kept looping itself away. I no longer need to draw anything because I have a full hand, so go ahead and Noxilus. The Duchess. Oculus. Wood Golem? We're over the amount. We actually did it. We pulled this back. And without using much that wasn't an emerald. Like, this deck was still 90% emeralds. And the emerald cards are what did the work. Most importantly. Like, ironically enough, MVP Mornstar for a change. Still not a great run, but it was a better than average run for us. So let's see, we got the Dragon Fairy. Peek at the top card. If it's an emerald, gain 5 gems. That's an enemy. That would have been great. Briar, the Ruby Familiar, or +1 power each turn. So just kind of a worse white snake. Or no, a worse black snake, rather. But it's probably cheaper to grab, so it'll be useful to get earlier. The Berserker, which is also a Ruby card, or flip a coin to draw 1 from exile or lose a gem, and it has 3 power by default, so it's pretty good. The Alchemist for the Emerald faction, and flip a coin to draw 1 or lose a gem, gives 2 gold normally. And the Heretic, burn a gem, exile 1 from hand, and draw 1. So it does a bunch, but it sets your gems on fire. These are interesting cards, though. I tell you what, we're gonna do one last anything run, now that I've gotten a win with every group. And then that'll do it for today. Have you noticed that I'm just kind of addicted a little bit here, and I'm just continuing to say one more? Yeah. That should tell you a lot about this game. Because it's simple, but it keeps you hooked because it's very quick and easy to get back in. And then just go. And it's very easy to see, like, oh yeah, I could have had this happen. So there was a chance that this could have worked out. So you always have hope. And yeah, Briar right there is very cheap, so that works out. We'll just lose the money, it's okay. Berserker. Lost a gem. Cycle cards. So 4 and 3. Give me an Undyne. Knock out a pawn. No, Pranos showed up right afterwards. Well, that's okay. Bit of extra money. Right! This is a thing you could do. You can move the cards around. I didn't even think about doing that for solving the rightmost problem. Just didn't even remember that that was a thing until now. Because of course I remember it at the last run of the day. Doesn't matter who it exiles, everybody is useless here. You are all equally worthless. Rather have the Nightmare over the Ripple Blade. We'll grab the Ripple Blade next, though, because we do need power. Lost a gem again. I do question just how potent Necros is. It seems like you break even or profit every time you hire or recruit anything anyway. So he doesn't feel that impactful. But he is also the first boss, so him not being that impactful kind of does make sense. And it does add up what you're losing, because like all these 1 gem recruits, for example, I'm not gaining anything by getting them. And in terms of gems, like that neutralizes immediately. So I kind of see both ends for that. Very good, very good. Exiled something useless again. Okay, we got 6 and 8, so let's get rid of Necros so we do at least start gaining again. Grab Dewdrop. Grab Zap. Just time for Zero to show up. So we got 7 and 6. We can actually knock Zero out straight away, which is great. We're actually kind of ahead of the curve right now, a little bit. Grab Tamer. He finally did something! He finally did something that isn't lose me a gem. An argument could have been made, actually, for using the Overseer as Fire Imp fodder, but I wouldn't have actually been able to take the Fire Imp without him. Nope, Dewdrop's the next card. We do have 5 gold now. Do I want Thunderhoof? Yeah, sure, why not? And we'll knock the Sun Golem out. Bank that for later. Two familiars immediately. Oof. Otherwise, a kind of terrible hand. Sfori. Grab Shogun. I was gonna mulligan, but Faffle Path is useful, so I would like to try to get him. Oh, all of these cards are decent. That one isn't. Thank you. I don't know if I want to use the Undyne, though. I might lose something I like. But at the same time, 3 cards is 3 cards. Yep, there goes the Ripple Blade. Not the worst to lose, though. At least it's like a card without an effect that we lost. I'm not too upset. What's on the board right now? Let's grab Faffle Path. Oh, now the Black Snake's there, too. I was gonna a mulligan, but I think I won't now. Deck's empty, so that didn't work. It's okay, it's cycling. That also got us enough money for the snakes, so now we don't need to worry about that. Skeleton Mage gets us a card, which is just a fucking cleric. Oh, that's fine. Berserker. Lose gem. Well, we have nothing else to Shogun, so I guess I'm risking it again. And I got a card draw this time, which was just a pawn to add. Since we are going to end after this run, I'm not going to worry about pausing for the ads this time, just as a note. Don't be surprised if we end up raiding out, like, soon after the ads. Let's see. I don't really need the gems from Wood Golem right now. Shitterix wouldn't be bad, actually, to knock out before he leaves. So we can get these cheaper. Get a cheap Seraph for 3 gold. Gold per turn. Zerathal is here, and I did not get anything to use, but he'll thankfully only get rid of an Arcanist, so that's fine. And I got a lot of familiar or engine on the board, so that's actually really good. I'm 1 gold short of being able to get rid of him. Actually, no, I can make it work. On Cactus, Zerathal, perfect. Okay, we're actually in an incredibly good position. And I fully acknowledge that I've cursed myself by saying that. 8 and 5. Knock out the Gold Ooze, grab the Ignis, the Oculus, bank the 3 gold. So we were starting this turn with 3 and 3. Move Undyne over, Sky Reaver away the Assassin. Oh, it exiled my Shogun. Oh, we at least got the 5 power because it was an assassin at the top, so there's that at least. And is full, yeah, I know. Give me a bunch of gems and attack. This is gonna be a pretty big turn. Give me Wrath. Knock out the Gem Fairy. It's an assassin at the top still. I keep trying to click something away and clicking through it and picking things up. Thankfully, we know that the assassin's at the top still, so we can get the free gems from that. Speaking of, we can still get the 5 power because it's still that assassin sitting there. This is the most useful an assassin has been ever for me. Duchess, Mana Spiders, or Mornstar. Give me the Duchess, even though my hand's full, so it doesn't work. That was a very effective turn. This, however, less so. Like, it's not going to be an ineffective turn, but it's not great by comparison to the prior turn. Yeah, there's the pawns coming in. I lost the imp before I could grab the card draw. And I don't think I want to trade the clerics for gems. That doesn't seem that worth it to me at the moment. In fact, no, they're much more worth it to me as money right now because I can knock out Orif. Sure, give me a Siren. Knock out a pawn. Making solid headway here. Yep, there goes an assassin, that's fine. Give me lots of cards to play. Siren away, literally anything, it doesn't matter. Our hand is now full. We have 18 power. Make that 21 power. Let's just start killing. Also want to start exiling things still. There we go. Sun Golem. Free Fire Ix. Nope. Oh, hey, Wrath's coming up next turn, so that's good. I'm actually going to exile the Undyne at this point, because it's going to have bad consequences entirely too often now. So I don't actually want it anymore. Hydronox is not going to end up helping. Oh, wait, there was still hand room, which means I can play Wrath to get even more her power. I didn't even realize I had hand space left. Knock out Mana Spiders. There's definitely no hand space left now. Spend a bunch of money, knock that guy out. We just need 16 more gems to win, but I would like more than that. This might actually be like a really well-scoring round. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. As you can see, a fair bit did happen. We actually made some very good turns. Nothing like remarkable. It was just a lot of the same engine you've seen me using, kicking in properly. And I just happen to have really good stuff to pick from on the table. I got Hydronox to get cards. Why did I play the Cleric? Answer, because I keep playing things the second I see them. I could have... Well, my hand's full anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered that much. Now, my intent is to get as close to 200 as possible, and then next turn swing past it. Is going to be the idea here. Gems equal to half my gold puts me to 2 short. Let's knock out Mutator. We are now 1 gem away from winning, so let's not do anything. Oh! Onyxian has sensed your gems. Defeat him to win. Oh! Where did I get 1 more gem from at the end of the turn? Oh, right, because I have Zap. Right. Well, Peachy, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? Hopefully all were having a grand time with whatever it was. We're just over here playing Gemblades, which came out today. Neat little card game. Yeah, let me know what you're all up to. And for all of you coming in, and if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. Date everything. Hopefully you had fun on picking out some good dates. I'm doing fine so far. Getting a little tired and a little bit of a headache because we got a storm overhead right now, but I'm hanging in there. Just cycling cards around as best we can. So to explain how this game works for everybody that just got here, all of these cards you see in the middle here is basically everything that I'm supposed to interact with. All my cards generate either power or gold to then allow me to interact with either the enemies, which are these purple cards, or my recruit options, which are the blue, red, and green cards. Recruits then go into your discard, and then will cycle into your deck later. Absolutely, you take care of yourself, and thank you again. These familiars down here are permanent effects that are added as soon as you play them once you've recruited them from the table. You can mulligan any of the stuff that's on this table using these mulligan charges up here as long as a specific boss isn't on the table. And that basically catches you up. We need to reach 200 gems before 30 turns passes. That's the whole game. I do have enough emeralds for Lumberjack to kick in. Let's just generate our resources and figure out what's happening from there. The main thing I'm trying to do right now is slingshot past the amount I need to win in order to be higher up on the leaderboard for the game. Because that's where we're at this point already. Okay, those do count as exilable, even though I just pulled them from the exile pile. Interesting. So let's see. Since it said defeat Onyxian to win, I think I might be able to get away with just leaving him alone for a little bit. And trying to loop further that way. I think it's a ruby card. Nope, I should have went with my first instinct, which would have been an emerald. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Now I don't have enough to kill Onyxian anyway. So we'll just go hammering through there. Yeah, it's almost like I knew that that was an emerald already. I have lots of gold, so just give me these. Just give me, like, everything, because I have so much gold. Exile that cleric. Play the Sky Reaver, even though it doesn't work. Yeah, this does extend it. Okay, I don't want to go past this turn, ideally, though. Your leaderboard slot is based on two things. How many turns it took you to do it, and how many gems over the amount you are. So I think if I win this turn, which I can do, I will actually get a pretty good spot on the leaderboard. Which will be pretty neat. Need to be decent on the leaderboard day one. So knock him off the board. So I guaranteed win at the end of this turn. You know what? Hey, it was an emerald card, so I get 5 more gems. Let's go. More gems from knocking him out. Because every card you recruit has a gem value, which adds to your total up there. Obviously, most of the enemies have a gem value that you'll receive when you knock them out. And some cards like this one also is supposed to add to your gem count, but for some reason he gives you gold instead. This guy's a little buggy. He's a little weird. Like, if I just go on a recruiting spree, suddenly my amount is gonna jump. So that should be a pretty solid spot on the leaderboard. Let's open our pack first. So we got the Charclaw enemy. +2 exile from hand, 6 gems for defeating him. The Dervish from the Ruby faction, and gives 2 gems whenever she's played normally, but also +4 or power if your hand contains all gem types. The Merman for the Sapphire faction, draw 1 per 2 Sapphire in hand, so that's pretty good. And I think the Sparkling cards are rarer? I'm not really sure how that works yet. Tinker Flame, also from the Sapphire, is a familiar. Whenever you flip a coin, gain 2 gold. There's a bunch of coin flipping cards, so that works pretty well. Molteron is another familiar. He's from the Ruby faction. Whenever you exile, get 2 gems. Let's see where 24 turns and 265 places us. Rank 12. I think it factors the turn time higher then. I was hoping that because I had such a high gem count that I would actually have ranked higher than that. I was hoping for, like, single digits. I was gonna end after that round, but I tell you what, since we just got a raid, we'll keep going. We'll go at least a couple more rounds. Provided, you know, the power doesn't get knocked out by the storm. The storm could always be a problem there. How do I get maximum bang for my buck fast? It's either the Professor or Briar that I want to get really quickly. I'm gonna get Briar first, because Professor doesn't kick in till later, since he won't start really giving lots of gold till we have enemies in exile. Though actually I'd rather have the Arachnid, because I keep having power problems, so we need things that give me attacking power. Now that we have 4 exactly, now we'll grab the Professor, knock the pawn out. Can't deal with the Mindstormer, though. There we go. We got guaranteed power of return thanks to Briar. I'm gonna change my usual strategy. We're gonna start grabbing more things that give power. $6 gold. Obviously, that only matters when there are things that give power on the board. We got 4 and 3. I don't really want the Alchemist at the moment. Knock out the Blood Ogre. Grab the Priestess. Be sad because this turn's not really doing a lot. 4 and 4. We're just short of getting rid of Necros, which I would really like to do sooner rather than later. We're also going to be just shy of getting Wrath. The closest I can get is this, which will put us to 6. So I think I knock out Glutton this turn, and I just hope for the best next turn. Grab the Historian, because she'll give me gems. Envy is also very good. There we go. Let's grab Wrath, because the power from Wrath is very, very potent. Arachnid came back up quicker than I thought. I was figuring the next card was going to be Wrath, for those wondering why I picked Ruby in particular. 6 and 4, so we're 1 short of Envy, but if I knock out the Lich, I can get Envy this turn. We're getting it a little neutered in terms of gems is going to be the big problem here. This didn't quite land the way I'd hoped it would. But I have a plan, it's just a matter of whether that plan's gonna work. Keep calling the wrong shot, though, which is gonna be a problem. Knock out the Ooze, then I can grab First Mate and Pfafflepath. It's a lot of gold. So let's grab you and you. Because we're going to have a deck that's going to have a lot of cards in it, because I'm just buying things. Does this go around? There we go. Give me power for every enemy in Recruit. Yeah. Bat Necros out of there first. Grab the Vilegast for gold. Both of... God damn it. I was going too quick for my own good again. It's okay. Mornstar will actually be somewhat useful, just not as useful as I would like. 7 power. I'm 1 short of knocking Zerathal out of here immediately, which would be great. Hydrox should get me cards, though. Yes. Got most of that gold back. I don't really want the Undyne, so I'm going to mulligan. No, I can't mulligan because Zero's here. Right, I forgot. We sure do be carding there, Jay. This came out today. This is pretty solid as well. Fairly simple, but solid. Unfortunately, I am in a very awkward position where I can't really do a lot, so I'll take that and just be sad. Okay, we got Envy. What does Judgment get me? I do need the attack power, so we'll play Harpy, then use Envy to replay the Harpy. Blue one? Damn it, there's the Monkey King. Could have drawn that if I got that right. Give me the Forest King, because I can afford him, and then we'll knock the Oculus out to bank 1 power for next turn. And they exiled my Envy. Great. Hate that. That means that's gone forever. My favorite thing, losing some of the rarest options I have. Okay, you turned into a Charclaw. And that's not really something I wanted. I am just like in the most awkward value possible right now. Everything is just shy of doing literally anything. And I can't mulligan Bizzero still there. These boss enemies, for those coming in late, stay on the board until you deal with them. And since we keep ending up with awkward numbers, it's not been great. But we have Wrath now, so we can knock at least one of them off the board. Which is gonna be 0, so I can actually start mulliganing because of the way this keeps landing. For the Pranthos, and then we mulligan in the hopes of getting something I can do. Owlkin, there we go. His Zerathal keeps exiling my garbage cards for me because he exiles one or the other end card. So what I'm going to start doing is just putting my garbage cards on the ends. Because I realized in the last attempt that I could actually move the cards around in my hand, so I could just make him take my garbage. Which I should have done that earlier to save my envy, but I wasn't thinking. I was kind of just flying. Every now and then you just have one of those dumb moments. That was a bad trade. Oh well. Speaking of trade, we're taking the Aristocrat. I was gonna go for the Trader, and then I thought about it more. The Aristocrat letting me power save is gonna be good. Now we get 3 power every time we hire somebody. We can slingshot our gold into something meaningful. Let's see. Knock out the Sun Golem, so we get a free kill. We knock out the Wood Golem using the free kill, then we knock out the pawns to move the board along. Grab Zephyra, which gives me 3 power to knock out Skeleton Mage, which gets me a card. And then we play Greed just because Greed's there. We are not getting a great leaderboard position on this one, though, considering we are past the 20-turn mark. The top handful of people on the leaderboard are all sub 20 turns for getting enough gems to win. That'll work. Like, I don't know if they just had some really good cards and just some really good RNG, or if they figured out something really potent to be that early. Because this is very RNG dependent, because it very heavily depends on what pops up in your recruit pool up here. But it's an extra layer of RNG because you get a pack of new cards after every game, and I don't know if those are randomized or not. That could go either way. So that's a tricky one to be sure about. Okay, there's Wrath. That's huge. We're gonna hold the first mate because we don't have a lot of rubies in hand. Let's see, we got 17 and 4. I don't have anything in hand that I want Zerathal to take, though, so we're gonna get rid of Zerathal. Knock the pawn off the board to move the board along. Yeah, we'll take the trade. Fire him, take him away. Okay. This is no longer worth anything to me. Get rid of it. Try again. There's Oculus. That one. Hey, I got it right. We got a Monkey King. Change those. Wait, why did it change 2 of them? That was odd. Undyne took away my Harpy. That's honestly okay. Hey, I got it right twice. It's a shame that my hand was full and that was garbage. We did get our Envy back. Our Envy is here as a ghost. Unfortunately, I don't have anything great to play before it for a great replay, but we will just get double Aristocrat and get lots of gold. Oracle, I think it's a Sapphire card. I knew it wasn't going to be because the Cleric was still there, but I just wanted to get past that screen. We'll hire some Gemblades to get free attack power, and then we'll start tearing through. Go ahead and push me. Heard a noise, but it's just because the wind has kicked up real hard. Not anything dangerous at the moment, just like whacking plants around, having them hit the windows and things like that. Me an exile actually, so I can get rid of the cleric, and that opens up a space in the hand. Those plants really are going ham. Actually, yeah, give me another exile from hand. I'm gonna get rid of the priestess. I'm starting to clean out like the basic useless cards, basically, is the idea here. We might be able to keep looping this. That might actually be part of the thing people do, is get the Forest King out to get power when you hire things, and then just keep looping, hiring, and slamming, hiring, slamming, hiring, slamming. I could see that being a thing people could pull. He's just kind of expensive, so you do need a lot of gold early. But if I could get 2 copies of him down, ooh, I see disgusting potential there. Speaking of disgusting, this hand is depression. I should know, I'm very familiar with depression. I see it every day. Okay, we can get a lot of gold from the professor. He's printed incorrectly, he just gives gold. That works. Because we get all the gold from him, then we buy that. Buy that. And that doesn't quite work how I wanted it to, but we can knock that out. Buy another Wrath. Buy another Oracle. Knock the pawn down. Actually, I should have taken the Charclaw because I have garbage in my hand I could have cleaned out. It's okay. We can still do exactly that. Exile those 2 clowns, get me a free Duchess. Gets me gold. Which gets me the Trader that was going to go off the board. Knock out Chitterix to make everything else cheaper. Grab Siren for free. Knock out the Punkcactus. And I think we're out of moves now. Like, I could knock out the Mutator, but I would actually like to hold that in case I get another bad hand. Never mind, he's gone. Fucking Orif. Okay, this is actually shaping up to be a solid hand. Hey, I was right. Not as solid a card there, but that's okay. I can work around that. And potentially. Use Ignis. Knock out Hydrox, get more cards. Trader's not that useful to me, so go away. Wrath is, however, very useful to me. Knock the pawns off the board so we can see further down. Yeah, knock out Glutton. Then we can knock out Orif. Now, Nixian's annoying, but he's not a major issue. He's gonna start turning garbage in my hand into different garbage. Like that. But that's fine, because that at least exiles itself, so that's actually ideal. Well, at the moment, in some ways. Fail my card draw. We got Wrath again, because I have 2 copies. Play these just to get free resources. Give me some more stuff to fight. Yeah, go ahead and play the first mate this time. Knock a Nixian out. We're gonna do silly things here now, I think. It in fact was a Ruby card, look at that. That was actually pure luck. But now I can buy more cards, get more power. I have no room to draw, otherwise drawing Wrath would be huge because I'd have even more power to just keep killing. I don't have enough to knock him out. Uh-oh. No. Trying trying to fish for there to be another enemy at the other end, but oh well. Just keep looping, give me more things. Let's see. Exile that. Can I do anything to give myself one card in hand? The answer's not quite. I would get real close. I would need to draw one from Felgor in order to get another card to then use with Sky Reaver to get anything else. So that's where the loop stops. 26 turns and 245, though, is not bad. This is when I mulligan for, like, a one-cost something to try to get, like, just a tiny bit more out of it. There we go. One more gem. Yay! That's, I think, actually gonna get rated higher than the last one we did. Let's see, we got the Wizard King. He's an enemy. You discover a card from your deck, then draw it, so it'll give you 3 options from your deck, and you just pick one out of that. Leonidas is the familiar, or from the Sapphire faction. Whenever you discover, peek, or exile, gain 1 gold. The White Knight, also from Sapphire, gives you 3 gems. When you play AM, draw 1 if your hand contains 3 or more sapphires. Woonir, which is a Sapphire familiar, sacrifice to rewind the turn counter by 1. Oh. I see the vision there. And apparently it's counting the 24 turns with 265 as my current high score. So I can't actually put that into the leaderboard. Leaderboard is changing. There are people playing right now, which makes sense because today the game came out today. And last but not least, the Dragonborn from the Ruby faction gives you 2 power when he's played. Remove up to 5 emeralds from exile, gain 2 gems for each. That was a pretty good run. Tell you what, I'll flip a coin and we'll decide whether we're doing one more or not. Since we did 1 extra because of the raid that happened. Help. The coin says we're trying again. This is the absolute last one, though. Because at this point, we're going to hit the 5-hour mark, more than likely, when this run ends. I don't need to rush to grab the Shogun. I'm going to grab Zap. And an Owlkin. Because the guaranteed gems per turn from Zap early on will actually be good. Because it'll help counter the drain from the first boss. We'll grab the Illusionist and the Shogun. Then we'll grab the Arachnid on this turn. Yeah, because we need that power. Valkyrie and Harpy. Because as I said, I'm going to try to focus power. I should have noticed that I had that Shogun. I could have done double Owlkin and been able to take the Gold Ooze. And then we would have been able to do more here. Instead, this is actually kind of depressing. Ooh, it's just gotten worse, too. Wow, that was a misplay and a half. At least we could still get the Void Witch, which is a very good card. Okay, so Valkyrie, Shogun the Valkyrie. Get 2 garbage cards, but we get a lot of attack power. Knock Necros off the board very early on this time. Skeleton Mage for another card, which was more garbage, but it's okay. We can't afford anything, so we'll just sit. Grab the time. I was gonna grab Professor, but I realized I could reach time with 4 because of the Illusionist, so that's a better choice. Now we have 5 attack. 5 attack, 3 gold, so knock out the Lich to be able to afford the Thunderhoof. And then we spend the other 2 attack knocking out the Sun Golem, which lets me knock out the Wood Golem. Yeah. Part of the idea is keeping the Professor there so I don't lose him. Knock out Blizzard so I can start knocking those out of the hand. This is going okay. We're behind on the gem curve pretty badly, but we aren't as bad off in that regard as we usually are. Illusionist and then Shogun another Illusionist. Yeah, let's grab it. Ignis before she disappears. A 2-cost Squidrella is gonna be good to grab later. Part of the problem is we don't have an engine going. Like, grabbing this Black Snake's gonna be very good for getting an engine moving. For example, because it gives us power every turn. Voltron's also gonna be very good to have. I think it's gonna be an Emerald card. Hey, I was right. I got my Arachnid. Let's go. That doesn't get me anything, though, unfortunately. But I can buy Molteron, hopefully. Nope. Ah, well. That play could have been something cool, and it just didn't quite land. Okay, the Valkyrie, Shogun the Valkyrie. Gets me Squidrella, which gets me my Arachnid. Hit on the top of the deck. I don't have much gold, unfortunately, but I can get rid of Zero, so let's get rid of that. Then we hit Hydrox as well, get more cards. What's in my hand? Yeah, take out the Charclaw so I can knock this Cleric and this Arcanist out. I gotta be really careful where I right-click because, oh, I had 7 gold. I could have grabbed the Black Snake. I thought I spent that already. God damn it. I was too busy explaining a problem that could have happened. That was a similar bad play. Because I had accidentally... I think it was actually a Shogun I had accidentally exiled, because there's no "Are you sure" prompt on exiling, as you saw. Nope, not a Ruby card, just an Arcanist. Wow, that was an odd thing for my eyes to tell me. For some reason, my eyes saw not Ruby as not furry. And just take that as you will. I think I'm not getting that Black Snake either, unfortunately. I think I fucked up too many times. Literally, I had it in my hands and I dropped it. That is depressing. Well, just gonna mulligan that away then, because we're losing it either way. Mulligan again. There's Leonidas. Let's grab the Siren, because I can afford that for now. Sadly, we're gonna lose a Wrath now instead, but... ugh. You know, it be that way sometimes. Okay, we can Shogun... We just played the Valkyrie, so yeah, Shogun the Valkyrie. Sun Queen for more power. Siren knocks that off the board, that's fine. Let's get rid of Zerathal now. Knock out the Glutton. Pawn. No, the Blood Orc would have been a better target, but he wouldn't have been there if I hadn't gotten rid of the other one. And that's all the moves I can make other than mulliganing, and I'm pretty happy with what's on the board right now. Get back to my Void Witch, because I can draw it with time. Use costs, get lots of gold. Get the gems from the gold first. Let's actually grab both of the lions. I have an idea. Blood Orc gets me Blood Mage. Knock you out before you cause any issues. Not a Sapphire card at the top at all, as it turns out. We're making good headway. We're at 115 on turn 18, so that's possible to do good things with. Not when I get a fucking hand like this, though. Not at all when I get a hand like that. Like this, that was just pure yikes right there. This is better. As the universe yells at me for getting a better hand. Okay, got 9 attack now. Knock out the Gold Ooze so I can grab the Void Witch. Knock out the Mindstormer so I can grab... Ew. I mean, sure, we'll try to see if it's a Sapphire card. It was! Actually worked out. How much did that do for me? We get Judgment, we knock out the Punk Cactus, and then 4 leaves. Yeah, that's fine. Now, great, now this jerk's back. Squidorella gets us Ignis back on the top of the deck. Squidorella also gets us the Arachnid back to the top of the deck. Use time to get the Arachnid back again. We can get rid of Orif immediately, so we don't have everything turning into pawns and pissing me off. Just clean those pawns up right away. This is a solid hand. This is a certified Hood class. We're gonna double time here. Oh, I should have left the Harpy actually, because I could have used Mutator to shuffle both of them away. In fact, there's nothing that actually works great for discard here, but I'm gonna hang on to that for a second anyway. Get the Sun Golem, get Chitterix to make things cheaper. Use my free hit to knock out the Skeleton Mage. Gets me another Leonidas, so we have lots of gold for discovering, peeking, or exiling. So that'll be good, considering I'm going to peek right now, I think, actually. I was going to use the Wizard King, but I counted wrong. So I'm actually 1 power short of that idea. Wasn't Ruby, damn it. If it was Ruby, we actually could have kept that looping. But we'll let Duenir go. I would rather have the Scythe and the Moonfang. And the Lumberjack, actually. There you go. And get the 1 more gold that doesn't accomplish anything. All gold would be very good to have. And thankfully, gold for days. I think this is going to end up not being a high score, unfortunately. Like, it had all the potential to end up being a high score, and then I fumbled. Like, that earlier fumble was just devastating for the score. Oh, there's Forest King. We might be able to just get, like, such a stupidly high amount of gems, maybe, that'll be able to still make this profitable. Why am I seeing a ping from here? Hang on. Oh, okay. Nothing I need to interact with right this second. So the classic situation of I saw a ping in an unusual place, so brain went, wait a minute. Is there a problem? Yeah, that's fine to Mutator those both out, actually. I would have gotten more power from Nautilus, but I didn't need power right now. Is this all sorted itself out, for example? 2 Void Witches back to back, huh? I didn't even realize I had 2 of those. Grabbing the Forest King now. Just kind of ignoring the free Morn Star, it's fine. I'll actually make use of Yarix, get rid of them, get gems. Knock out Hydrox to get cards. There's Ogle. Yeah, give me Wraith, actually. Oh, Onyxian has sensed my gems, so he's here to play. Wraith to the top of the deck. Unfortunately, I know I'm gonna be able to pull Wraith, and there's a lot of enemies, so we'll get power for every enemy. Knock Onyxian off the board straight away. Do a lot of shopping. A lot of shopping. 223 on turn 25. Yeah, that's definitely not my best. I've definitely done better. But that's a win. It gets us another pack to talk about. The Skull Knight enemy. You put your next Gemblade you hire on top of your deck instead of your discard pile, so that's really good. The Sapphire Mage Scholar. +1 gold for every E2 played Sapphire in hand. Not bad. The enemy Necro Lord. It's a rare one, apparently. Draw 2 if your hand contains all gem types. The Emerald Raven Witch. If your deck is plus 30 cards, +1 gem to each emerald in hand permanently. So I guess that means every emerald in your hand gives you another gem. And Hope. Hope is another emerald card. If your hand contains a merge card, seek another from your deck or discard. That's now our second merge card, presumably. Unless that's not a merge card in of itself. I still don't know what merge cards are. I haven't seen anything indicating what a merge card is. I'm seeing some real weird frame stutters now, so this is probably a really good stopping point overall. And I did say that was last run regardless, so... Very good game for a very good price. Literally, the game is 40% off for its release, and it is just like $5. So if you thought this was fun, you might want to look at it. I didn't even get like a key or anything for this. I'm just suggesting this because it's a good cheap game. Where am I sending us, though? That is the best question of the day. There's part of me thinking that I might not do a raid because of the storm, but I don't think I'm going to lose power so quickly that that'll be a problem. But it depends very heavily on what I see as my options here. With the length of so many game titles, I really wish the sidebar on Twitch was just like a little bit wider. There's so many games that have like the last bit of it that are different. Like a lot of Pokemon things, for example, you can't tell what they are unless you like hover over it. It'd be very nice for me just scrolling through quickly if this sidebar was just like a little wider. Let me take a look at some of these. I know you're going to lose audio, which is like the best part right now, but I need to have a look around and see what people are doing before I make the final decision to raid or not to raid, and who to raid if we do raid. I can guarantee you we're done for now, though, because my throat is definitely not happy with me at this point. It suddenly is getting real mad. You are very far in. You are not staying anymore, probably. Since it didn't look like it was an event, I'm betting that that's not going to continue. That's a lot. That's not right now. Just clicked in on somebody and just screaming immediately. I'm like, I don't have it in me to deal with that right now. Oh yeah, it is pouring out there now. The storm has kicked up a fair bit. So I tell you what, so I don't end up suddenly getting pulled away from whomever I do raid, we are going to end without a raid tonight, just to play it safe. Because I may very well actually be shutting everything down. Because this one looks kind of nasty. I don't think it's going to be a big issue, but I'm going to hedge bets, I think. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Peachy, if you're still out there listening, thank you again for that raid. I do appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow, assuming I have power, to see how many games I can beat, and I'm still debating whether I want to add that life system or not. That might be next week's thing, so I can debate it a little bit more and plan mechanics for it a little better. I don't know. We might do a test phase tomorrow. We'll see. Then Monday we start Hades, Tuesday is a question mark, and we go from there. Thursday being peak, and yeah, there you go. So, thank you all again for your time. Take care of yourselves. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.